Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. Please join me in standing for the national anthem tonight. We'll play a video of the Costa Mesa High School Madrigal Choir singing the national anthem, then remain standing and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Okay, now it's time for our moment of solemn expression, and tonight we're grateful to be led in our solemn expression by Pastor Dave Mann of Calvary Chapel Church. Pastor Mann, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And Costa Mesa High School is my alma mater, so I like that. Father, we come before you tonight, and we thank you once again on our gathering, and we ask that you would put special protection and covering over the city here of Costa Mesa and continue to bless our mayor, the entire council that's represented here tonight, all of the city staff, our city attorney, city clerk, and Lord, we include also the entire police department and force, police chief, and all the staff under him, our fire department, and all the staff there, Lord, that protect us and keep us going every day, each week. And Lord, we thank you that we can start a fresh new week, Lord, in trusting you. So we commit tonight's time to you, the decisions that are before us, and the wisdom that will be included in the matters, Father, presented, and again, those decisions that will be made. Father, give great clarity on all the matters tonight in the agenda. We ask now in Jesus' name, amen. God bless.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor. Now, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Reynolds. Here. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Gameros. Here. Councilmember Harper. Here. Councilmember Marr. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, Ms. Barlow, our city attorney, do you have a city attorney closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did bring an item on to the agenda earlier, and it relates to what is referred to as the national opioid litigation. The City Council voted to participate in the most recent settlements with Teva, Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, and Allergan. Is it Allergen? Allergan.
Well, I'm not sure.
I keep-
How's it spelled? There is an Allergan.
Allergan, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can't. In any event, that was on motion by Councilmember Chavez, and seconded by Councilmember Marr, and that was approved on a 7-0 vote. Otherwise, there was no rebuttable action taken in closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Barlow. Tonight we have 3 presentations. The first one is the presentation for the Orange Coast College women basketball team, the CCCAA state champions. So we're extending March Madness a little bit into April. Tonight we're proud to recognize the Orange Coast College women's basketball team for winning the California Community College Athletic Association women's basketball state championship against Butte College in way up there around Chico. The head coach, Sammy Doucette, reached the summit in record time, capturing the school's second ever women's state title. The first one was 20 years ago in 2002, 2003, so it's a big accomplishment. And this is amazing, 97th state championship in Orange Coast College proud athletic history. This impressive win demonstrates the team's hard work and dedication throughout the 22-23 basketball season. The City Council is proud of these outstanding athletes and remarkable young leaders who serve as role models, inspiring other students to reach their potential. And we commend you, and we're very proud of you on a job well done. So now we're going to call up Coach Doucette, who's going to give some brief remarks and hand out our individualized certificates to the players. You get to come up and get your certificate, and then we'll clap for you, and then we're going to take a group picture with the council and the whole team and the coaching staff. Coach Doucette, you have the floor.
Do I face you? Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having us and honoring our team. We really appreciate it. We're so grateful to be here. Mayor Stevens asked me to say a little bit about our season, so I just want to reiterate some of the things you said. These girls, they set history. We started our season 20-0. We won our conference. They did some phenomenal things together, and I'm very, very proud of them. And again, we're just so grateful to be here. And then, as you mentioned, we won state, and that's why we're here. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call up the girls now, one at a time, to receive their certificate. And if they don't get a chance to thank you themselves, I know that they would. So again, thank you. Emmeline Law, come on up. There you go. Just stand right here. Megan McIntyre. Noelle Duffy. Carissa Savilicek. Savannah Seiler. Gabby Sammy. Ashari Cassell. Annie Trin. Sabrina Lopez. Ashley Durantes. And then my coaching staff, Coach Henry Nguyen. Coach Sergio Klotz. And then before we take the picture, I just want to say that if you do want to follow us throughout the years, hopefully bigger things are yet to come. pirateathletics.com, and then we're on Instagram and Twitter, OCCWBB. Thank you.
You have to follow me back, though. So our second presentation is a proclamation for 2023 National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. National Public Safety Telecommunications Week is a time to celebrate and honor telecommunications personnel and dispatchers for their commitment, sacrifice, and service to our city residents. When an emergency strikes, we rely on 911 dispatchers to calmly assess any emergency and send our calls to the appropriate response teams to keep us safe, and in many cases, save our lives. These first responders are our residents' first and most critical contact and serve as an essential link between the public and emergency personnel in times of crisis. I'd like to invite to the podium Chief Dan Stefano and Captain of our Fire Chief Dan Stefano and Police Captain Joyce LaPointe, who are going to introduce our telecommunications manager, Jennifer Ruffalo, and we'll hear some remarks from Jennifer. And while they're coming up, I want to read a little bit about the proclamation that we're going to present. This is excerpts from the proclamation. The City of Costa Mesa recognizes the professional and unending services of the telecommunicators who answer emergency calls on a daily basis. The safety and effectiveness of our first responders depend on the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who call the City of Costa Mesa Emergency Communications Center. Public safety telecommunicators provide a vital link for our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities via radio, providing them with information, and ensuring their safety. The City of Costa Mesa is committed to providing high-quality emergency communication systems to the residents and community members. Therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the week of April 9th through the 15th, 2023, to be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in honor of the men and women who diligently and professionally keep our city and citizens safe. Chief and Captain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, members of the council, City Manager Farrell Harrison, and the community. It's a great opportunity for us to be here to recognize really the backbone to the 911 system for both police and fire, really under the radar in terms of what they do and the level of stress that they deal with on a daily basis. Absolute consummate professionals, and we are fortunate to have some of the best. I would like to go ahead and bring up, we have Jennifer Ruffalo, Derek, come on up. Also bring up, if we could, our staff, acting captains, Sarah's, Watkins. We have Chief Pyle, John Neal, come on up. Just want to bring something very special happened about 6 months ago. We've always utilized, we're one of really two entities in Orange County that use a joint police fire dispatch center. The rest are made up of a conglomerate of different cities that work together. So we're very fortunate to have the skilled professionals that we have. About 6 months ago, the dispatch center, emergency communication center, was primarily headed up by the police department, which has worked very well. We've elevated now, and now we've integrated the police and fire together. So it's a shared, unified partnership. And it's something very special, and it's taken the leadership of Chief Lawrence to step up, the leadership of the police department and fire, and stepping in together to work together for this. We recently brought on Jennifer Ruffalo back after having some time spent here in Costa Mesa. She went off to Ontario, and I'll let Captain LaPointe speak a little bit about her background. But she's a known commodity. She's an absolute outstanding individual and a leader. She's going to bring a lot of spirit and strength to help unify the department even more. But we're excited about what the future looks like. So we truly have the best of the best. With that, and as I said, it's a unified approach. I want to bring up Captain LaPointe to step in with the bio.
Thank you, Chief Stefano. Chief Lawrence wanted me to express that he was very sad that he couldn't be here today. He's at the Tri-County Police Chiefs and Sheriffs Conference, representing us there. So I'm here on his behalf. I also want to just echo what Fire Chief Stefano said. We do have the best of the best working for us in our telecommunications department. I had the opportunity to oversee them as a police lieutenant and captain, and have seen them work 911 calls, babies not breathing, and it is amazing to me the calm that they are able to portray and how they are able to express that through the phone to a parent who is in distress. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about our new telecommunications manager. She, like Chief Stefano said, she has been with us before, and we're excited to welcome her back. So Jennifer was raised in Hacienda Heights and is currently a resident of Riverside County. She is the guardian of her 8-year-old niece, Riley. She has 22 years of public safety dispatcher experience that include from 2001 to 2004 public safety dispatcher at Lake Oswego of Oregon. She also did police and fire at that location, which is very unusual. From 2004 to 2021, she worked here at the Costa Mesa Telecom as a dispatcher and a supervisor. From 2021 to 2023, she worked as a fire communications manager for the Ontario Fire Department, where she served Ontario and Corona Fire, which is, was a great experience for her to come back as a manager to us. While working at the Costa Mesa Telecommunications, she was nominated multiple times for Employee and Supervisor of the Year, and in 2009, she received the award of Employee of the Year. Please give Jennifer a warm round of applause as we welcome her back to our Costa Mesa team.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, it's an honor to be here. I am so privileged to be back with the city and leading the men and women in our communications division. I look forward to the days ahead, and I'm happy to be home. Thank you very much for the honor and the proclamation for Telecommunications Appreciation Week. We are very grateful for that.
Everybody, how you doing? Good. Buddy? How are you?
Good to see you.
So our third presentation tonight is a proclamation for the 2023 National Community Development Week. National Community Development Week was created to bring attention to the importance and need of the Community Development Block Grants and Home Investment Partnership Grant. The City of Costa Mesa has received over $43.2 million from the CDBG program in the past 35 years and $15.8 million from the home program in the past 30 years. These grants help support programs for housing rehabilitation, tenant-based rental assistance, public service grants, capital projects, code enforcement, the acquisition and operating cost of a permanent homeless shelter. The grants also support development of affordable housing, benefiting low to moderate income levels and households, including other older adults, people with disabilities, those experiencing chronic or frequent homelessness, and children. I'd like to invite Jennifer Lee to the podium, who's going to introduce the Chief Executive Officer of Project Hope Alliance, my friend, Jennifer Friend, who, as I said in the last meeting, I was very proud to present the 73rd District Woman of the Year for Cotty Petrie Norris's district recently in Irvine. It was a very nice event, and she was a very well-deserved recipient of that. So Jennifer is there, and while you're coming up, I'm going to read from the proclamation. The Community Development Block Grant and the Home Investment Partnership Program foster a strong network among local government, residents, businesses, and nonprofit organizations to meet the needs of Costa Mesa residents. The City of Costa Mesa recognizes the incredible organizations operating in Costa Mesa, such as Community Senior Serve, Families Forward, Mercy House, Trellis, and Project Hope Alliance, that provide housing and supportive services to our most vulnerable residents on a daily basis. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim April 10th through the 14th, 2023 as National Communication Development Week. I encourage all citizens to join us in recognizing community development programs and their essential role in our community. Now, Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your recognition of National Community Development Week. This year, for National Community Development Week, it is my honor to recognize and introduce Chief Executive Officer of Project Hope Alliance, Jennifer Friend. Project Hope Alliance is a nonprofit organization located in Costa Mesa, which works to end the cycle of youth homelessness using a long-term site-based model of providing whole-person, trauma-informed care for youth experiencing homelessness in Orange County. Project Hope Alliance has been serving the Newport Mesa Unified School District since 2016, providing wraparound case management for students experiencing homelessness. They currently serve 120 Costa Mesa students at 4 Costa Mesa campuses, as well as 15 other Costa Mesa schools. They work with students along the entire educational spectrum from kindergarten to age 24 and use Costa Mesa Community Development Block Grant funds in combination with other funding sources to provide Costa Mesa students with direct case management, mentoring, tutoring, college and FAFSA application assistance, job search assistance, basic needs, and 24/7 support. So it is my honor to introduce this evening Jennifer Friend.
Ms. Friend, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, esteemed council members, City Manager Harrison, and all of you who are here. I would like to accept this recognition on behalf of the mighty team of warriors for the kids that makes up Project Hope Alliance. I sometimes feel a little bit guilty because I get to be the one to be introduced when it is truly the work of the team showing up every day for the kids. And I'm fortunate to have some of those members here today. Our Chief Program Officer, Dr. Rachel Cardenas, our Chief Partnership Officer, Shelby Feliciano Sabala, our Director of Development, Annie Song, as well as our Master of Grant Writing, John Amirian, without whom we would not have had this opportunity to partner with the city in such a meaningful way. One of the things that's so powerful about these types of grants is that it affords us an opportunity to partner together in a systems-wide approach. Each of us bringing our unique skills, insights, and resources together to serve our community. When we look at our community, specifically Costa Mesa, we know that we have 2 students who are not identified as experiencing homelessness for every 1 student who is. One of the things that is so tremendous about our partnership with the City of Costa Mesa, as well as the integration of our partnership with Newport Mesa Unified School District when we have these types of funding opportunities, is that because we are actually on site, embedded full-time on the school campus, we are there in real time when a janitor maybe notices that kids are showing up for school at 5:30 in the morning, needing access to the school gym in order to shower. We're there in real time when we know that one of our students has been sleeping in the car with their family of 6 for the last 4 days and maybe isn't prepared for that calculus test because they haven't been able to sleep. Because we know our kids, we know their stories, and we have deep community-based relationships, we're able to advocate for them in a way that we never would be able to alone or separate or apart. And really what we are doing together is truly building a national model of how it is that we show up for our kids from a strength-based perspective, allowing for them to unlock all of their amazing skills and opportunities by walking alongside them in real time until age 24. So we truly are doing that transformational, deep, changing work together. So thank you so much. I'm incredibly proud of the leadership that we are creating here in the city of Costa Mesa. And I thank you for this recognition, as well as for what I know the future will bring for us together, for the kids. I truly believe that this is only the beginning of how we will continue to lead the nation on ending generational homelessness. Thank you.
Okay, now's the time for public comment. The members of the public can speak about anything that's not on the agenda at this time. You have 3 minutes within which to speak. At minute 2, you'll hear a ding and see, I think there's some visual cue there too. That's your cue to wrap it up. The microphones in the chambers at the 3-minute mark will turn off. Once we're done with the folks in the chambers, we'll go to Zoom. And the people in Zoom, if you do it's star 9 to let us know, and then star 6. Okay, star 9 to let us know you want to speak, star 6 to unmute yourself, or you can use the raise hand function. So that's it. Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. This public comment is directed at one single council member, but in many ways it's also directed at anyone who's listening, and especially the high schoolers in the back who have almost limitless opportunities to push their lives in meaningful directions. I want to be the first public commenter to recognize and appreciate Councilmember Marr for her newest title. I'm not going to claim to know Andrea super well, but there are some titles or distinctions that she has or had that I know of, and I want to recognize. Cadet Andrea Marr. Andrea had the privilege of attending the U.S. Naval Academy in Maryland, where she was nominated to attend by Vice President Al Gore. And it was an officer in the United States Navy. She was a committee member here in Costa Mesa on the Cultural Arts and the Bikeway and Walkability Committee. She's a council member. She was the mayor pro tem. Some descriptions of Andrea Marr include an aerospace engineer, a nuclear engineer where she worked in critical national security systems. She is a spouse and a dog mom. She is an affordable housing champion and a dedicated servant of the public. Andrea has her bachelor's and a master's in engineer management, and most recently a PhD. Andrea represents an excellence in personhood, and while we may not always agree on all issues, and sure as hell did not last year, her heart, her mind, and her spirit are commendable and should serve as a model to others. Thank you for your continued service, Dr. Andrea Marr.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to complain about the cameras on every traffic light. I understand that they are license plate readers, and I guess that's fine, but it feels like that we're headed a certain way, that then it is going to be video cameras at every single intersection. And I was hoping to raise that before it happened, to have you already thinking about perhaps passing a law resolution so we don't have cameras at every intersection. I think we should be able to have privacy in public. I know we don't have a constitutional right to privacy, but I think we should. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Kim Hendricks, and I'm here to talk to you about Fairview Nature Park. I did not make the last city council meeting regarding a fly field. Really, it's a vernal pool watershed. I keep trying to tell everybody it's not a fly field. It was allowed to be a fly field illegally back in 2005, 2006 without following proper CEQA and EIR. And I heard some of the council members say some things. For instance, I won't call out people, but the motion wasn't carried because of someone saying that there were mistakes in the city staff report, inaccuracies, quote unquote. Yet this resident never said what they were, but that was enough to move a council member to not make a decision. I gotta say, this is the first time in many years that we've had actually city staff do their work and be honest and follow state and federal laws. You guys know that I was here with Mensinger and Righeimer, and they were destroying Fairview Park. And I campaigned for you, Mr. Stevens, in 2016 when I handed out Measure AA flyers, and also with Arliss, because you guys said you cared about Fairview Park. I just want you to remember that, please. It is a park for everyone, Mr. Harper. You said it's a park for everyone. It is. It's not for a small group of flyers with a declining membership yearly, 30 residents compared to hundreds and hundreds of residents. I suggest you guys get out there and talk to people on a daily basis, people who live there. The Hispanic community. I work in Newport Mesa for the last 12 years, okay? And so Arliss, Manny, you guys got to get to Wilson and Pomona. There's a whole Hispanic community that loves Fairview Park. I have an aide that's been at Wilson for 23 years, and she said she finally can walk near the vernal pool 5, 6, and 7. She was always afraid of planes, okay? So the people are afraid to come here. I don't know why, but they don't trust you guys for some reason. So I can't even use her name. Okay, so here's some vernal pools, okay? And here's some white-faced ibises added to the Migratory Treaty Act, okay? And I'm trying to go forward, but it's not letting me. So I don't know what's wrong with this clicker. Okay, I'm trying to, the next slide. Okay, there's more white-faced ibises, hundreds of them, never seen before in Fairview Park. Next slide. And these are them close up, okay? Never seen before. If you guys got to go out there, you got to see the red-winged blackbirds. Have never been on the mesa before. It is a treat just to go out there and have them sing to you. Next slide. American kestrel, never, ever, ever. Always nests on the east side, on the west side. Next slide. We have also a northern harrier. We have an event coming up this Saturday from 9 to 11.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, yeah, you got your mic on. Go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Lynn Redmond, 1064 Westward Lane, Costa Mesa. I wanted to talk about Fairview Park also, and I apologize. This is the first council meeting I've been to since way back when you were at the senior citizen, and I didn't realize the procedure to get a thing on the video and all. So I handed out some, I only had 6 yeah. So the first thing, the first page, it shows my son, Christian Redmond's Eagle Scout project he did. They planted coastal sage scrub plants there in 2014. The problem is now the adjoining parcel, or if you want to call it that I've outlined on page 2, is still run by the city. And they've had 2 or 3 failed similar plantings there, and now it's completely overgrown with mustard that's taller than I am and a complete flower, and in a few days and weeks they'll be going to seed. And I just found out about the Fairview Park Alliance yesterday, so I'm going to go, I got Kelly Dalton's contact, but I wanted to bring it to your attention that if something's not done on that in the next few weeks, that whole area, and when it goes to seed, it blows into Christian's project because it's downwind of that. And every year then we get mustard, more mustard, and more mustard. So that's number one. Number two, these electric motorcyclists that you see around, they're riding sidewalks and things. I almost was overrun on one on Victoria about a month ago or 2 months ago. And after the one passed me, there were 2 of them. One of them hit like a driveway thing and fell off his thing and hit a power pole, and the rescue had to show up to treat him. That was one thing. Now at Fairview Park, they found a shortcut to come down Canyon, come in the entrance of Canyon, and then go out on Placentia on their high-speed electric motorcycle thing. So that's a problem. But the third thing, and I'm out of time, so I wanted to recognize these first responders, the 9/11 people, because we had a gas leak in the condo next to us a few days ago that I called into 911. Station 4 was there in less than 5 minutes, found out it was a gas leak. We turned the valve off and all, so I just wanted to thank those people who are really doing a good job to keep us safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to concur with the last gentleman. I run a lot on the trail near Fairview Park, and those the ones I'm seeing are gas powered, but they're really noisy, and they just about run me and my dog over. So if there can be something done to maintain that area more often, that'd be helpful. Also, I just want to share with you Luke 17:1-2. And he said to his disciples, "Temptations to sin are sure to come, but woe to the one through whom they come. It'd be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck, and if he were cast into the sea, than that he should cause one of these little ones to sin." Now, over where I live near the State Streets, and they have this one street called Royal Palm, and it's like a north-south street between Baker and Adams. And, you know, when I was a kid and they had speed bumps, you know, we kind of have this sign that said speed bump. But now there's a sign that says speed hump. And I personally don't feel that's appropriate. That offends me as a Christian, that you would have that kind of a sign there. Plus, there's a lot of kids that live there. There's like a ton of apartments there. So to me, it's not appropriate either for kids for that to be there. And it's really religious discrimination against me as a Christian to have that there. So I'd really ask if we could get the signs changed back to how they were when I was a kid. It's a speed bump, it's a speed bump. Why do a sexual connotation just for a bump? It's really stupid. I believe, and it's discrimination. And you don't need various people to go legal over this either, because it really is discrimination against us who are Christians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Oh, hold on one second, please. We want to give you 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pues mi nombre es Juana Trejo y formo parte de Promotoras de Salud del Condado de Orange.
Juana Trejo, and I'm part of the promotion for Orange County.
Somos una organización sin fines de lucro.
We are an organization in Orange County.
La vez pasada estuve escuchando el plan de trabajo que tenían, pero no vi incluido el de Paularino, Chalimar, digo, el de Mission.
Last time I was listening to the projects and the work ideas, but I didn't hear anything regarding Paularino
En el distrito número 3.
on District Number 3.
Mi pregunta es si ya no se va a dar, porque ya había sido aprobado.
My question is it not going to take place anymore because it had been approved?
Porque no lo vi en el plan.
How come I didn't see it in the plan?
La otra es de que seguimos sufriendo abusos por dueños que están aumentando más de $200 y $300.
The other issue is we continue to suffer abuse by the landlords and renters who are increasing rent by over $200, more than $200.
Sé que Andrea Mark la vez pasada dijo que ella está dispuesta a caminar con nosotros en el distrito número 3.
I know that Ms. Andrea Mark mentioned that she's willing to go and take a stroll walk with us in District 3.
Porque a veces nosotros no queremos comentar por privacidad a la gente que nos ha dado testimonio.
Because sometimes we are reluctant to give opinions out of respect for the people who have shared their testimony with us.
De lo que en realidad se está viviendo por tener sobrepoblación en los apartamentos.
Because there is overpopulation in some of these apartments, overcrowd.
Desgraciadamente, los niños están siendo afectados emocionalmente.
Unfortunately, this is affecting our children emotionally.
Pero yo quisiera saber si hay alguna esperanza para las comunidades de bajos recursos.
But I would like to know if there's any hope for the low-income communities.
Estamos escuchando también que han contratado ustedes esas organizaciones,
We heard that you hired or are working with some organizations,
pero en algunas les están pidiendo si tienen residencia para poderlos ayudar.
but in some cases, they're asking if you have a residence or residency in order for you to receive help.
La
or
gente no tiene la confianza.
So people don't really have, there's no trust.
De venir a reportar lo que están viviendo por temor a ser desalojados.
They don't feel confident coming here and express their living situation out of fear that they might be evicted or suffer eviction or get an eviction notice.
La gente los describe que no tienen corazón,
And people describe them as heartless individuals
porque no están viendo que las comunidades tengan ningún beneficio.
because they are not making sure that these communities have some kind of benefits.
Les pedimos por favor que tengan misericordia porque también es gente que ustedes representan.
We ask you please to show some mercy because these are some of the people that you represent as well.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jen Tanaka. First of all, congratulations to Councilmember Marr on your new degree. That's wonderful news. I just want to speak briefly and share with you an article that I ran into. I also want to speak on the matters of housing. I'm, first of all, very supportive of the rental assistance that we've been able to do. I think that's actually a really wonderful program, and I hope that that's helping people. What I'm not so sure about is the inclusionary housing ordinance and whether or not that's necessarily going to be a good idea. I know that we have some regulatory pressure to do it. What I want to bring to your attention is I know that on this agenda, there will be probably a number of items where the burden on staff will likely come up. And I want to flag for you that an inclusionary housing ordinance is not so simple to administer in the long run. The Journal Policy Link had a really good article on this that was it's from a while ago, but it was talking about delivering on the promise of inclusionary housing. And they note that you know, there is this sense that if you pass an inclusionary housing ordinance, the developers will just create affordable housing for us, and that will be it. It will be a matter of the private sector doing that for us. But the problem is that these programs require a lot of ongoing administration. In fact, it will likely require the attention of staff. And just to give you, or significant attention of staff, just to give you an example, where this has gone wrong before. Beginning in the late 1970s, the California Coastal Commission began requiring developers in coastal Orange County to make 25 to 35% of any new housing affordable to low and moderate income buyers. And they were entrusted the Orange County Housing Authority for administrative oversight, but the program provided no funding. And what the article goes on to say is that they literally lost track of all of those units. They created a number of units and then they couldn't find them anymore. And then it also became so burdensome that they ended up liquidating the entire program, because actually administering an inclusionary housing ordinance means that you will have to be vetting buyers to make sure that they meet income restrictions if you are looking at for sale properties. And in rental properties, you will have to be very carefully restricting and reviewing whether or not tenants are subleasing their units, which would be a very attractive proposition, as you might imagine, and that landlords are actually holding out the appropriate number of units as being affordable. This is an enormous amount of work. So I know that our staff has a lot of demands on their time, and I want to make sure that we're thinking about the fact that we'll need a dedicated revenue source, as well as probably more staff, in order to actually administer such a program, and I'm not sure that it's the best use of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lease, and I'm following three other speakers that are talking about Fairview Park. And I'm part of Fairview Park Alliance, which started a few years ago after Measure AA was passed, and we formed a nonprofit because we advocate for the preservation and the restoration of this wonderful park. And you know, after COVID, where we were all kind of cooped up and stressed out, it's great to get out in Fairview Park and just enjoy the fresh air, the nature, the view. And as you know, Fairview Park Alliance has sent you several letters to talk about, to inform you about the fact that the fly field was in the vernal pool. And a couple weeks ago, you did discuss the fly field. And I'm here just to remind you that that it's not a Fairview Park Alliance, it's not something that we are just advocating for. There are federal regulations that we must comply with. And that until the vernal pool is no longer under that jurisdiction of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, it's not a choice. And I respect the people that are part of the Harbor Soaring Society, and they've been there for a long time, and it is a good hobby, but that was then, and this is now. And in fact, I sat up there in 2007 and actually voted to allow the Harbor Soaring Society to participate, and I didn't know because we did not have that information from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, that it was a protected area. So when you have your discussion in a few weeks, I hope that the staff will give you the actual regulations so that we are in line with those, and that we don't have any wiggle room around those rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Sue Lester. I'm a resident here. I've been here since 2010. During that time, I have volunteered for a multitude of organizations. I've been a member of a lot of different organizations. I'm here tonight to represent the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center in Huntington Beach. Their mission is to educate the public about man's impact on the environment and mitigate that impact through the care, rehabilitation, and release of native wildlife. The reason that I'm here tonight is because it was brought to my attention as a member of the team that raises money for the Wildlife Center. It is a 501c3, that Costa Mesa is the only city in Orange County that does not contribute any money to the Wildlife Center. The Wildlife Center serves all of the cities in Orange County, in addition to the County of Orange proper, as well as contracted cities of Long Beach and Downey and LA County. All of these entities contribute money toward the Wildlife Center. As a volunteer, I work anywhere from 3 to 8 hours a week, and I've been doing that for going on 2 years. It made me really sad to hear that the city that I live in contributes nothing. And then it kind of made me mad that you guys don't contribute anything. Last year, Costa Mesa, including animal control and residents, took 435 animals for care to the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center. It was the 4th largest group of animals brought to the center behind the County of Orange, Newport Beach, and Huntington Beach. We've even helped out the police department recovering evidence from ducks that were shot. We get a lot of animals from Costa Mesa. So I'm here tonight to ask Costa Mesa to do their part and to start contributing to the Wildlife Center. I actually do have a plan on where the money can come from. I'm not just here asking for money with no solution, but what I am asking is that you give the executive director and other key players opportunities to either meet with you at a study session or as a group or something to give you this information to show why it is you should support this. You give Precious Pets $25 an animal. If you gave us that much, you would have given us $10,875. You pay $240,000 to a vet who is not licensed to take wildlife, and if you would have paid us at that same rate, we would have gotten $122,823 from you last year. So I'm asking for something. I'm not asking for that much, but we really need your support with the way things are going. Wildlife is a critical part of our environment and our ecosystems, and if you get rid of any particular element,
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Yo tengo 3 minutos, yo sé, y a 2 para traducir, entonces tengo muchas cosas que quisiera hablar, porque
I have 3 minutes and she has 2 minutes extra for translations, but I have a lot of things that I want to share.
Primero que nada, quiero agradecerle al alcalde, porque por primera vez me quedé a escuchar toda la sesión, porque mi hija tenía tarea.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to Mayor for the last meeting that we had. I stayed for the entire thing. I left only because my daughter had homework.
Algo que me sorprendió, o puedo más bien decir que estaban hablando sobre construir en la carretera Wilson y estaban hablando de las paradas de camiones.
So something that surprised me was that you were going to have for the bus stops around Wilson and Harbor.
Creo es Placentia.
I believe Placentia.
Y usted había mencionado que teníamos que tener compasión para las personas sin hogar.
And you had mentioned that we need to have compassion for the homeless.
Me imagino que es porque quitaron todas las sombras que daban y ellos siempre se acostaban ahí.
So I imagine it's because there was shade and that's where they always lay down.
Entonces ustedes están trabajando ahora para volver a tener algo digno para la comunidad.
So I guess you're working on having something that would be, would have some type of dignity for the community.
Y eso, lo que usted dijo, que tenemos que tener todos compasión porque ahorita estamos arriba, otras veces podemos estar abajo, entonces marcó mucho mi corazón y mi cabeza, mi forma de pensar.
So I guess that had a lot of impact in my heart and in my mind because it made me think that you have compassion for the people that live on the streets because sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Now you're up here, next thing you never know where you might be.
Gracias por eso, señor alcalde.
Thank you for that, Mayor.
La próxima cosa que quiero hablar es sobre los autobuses escolares.
The next thing that I want to talk about is school transportation, school buses.
Cuando ellos ponen su parada de alto, muchos carros no paran.
So when they have the little sign that said stop, most cars don't stop.
Entonces invito a todos los miembros del concilio, a cada uno de ustedes, se pueden alternar, ir a ver en las mañanas, ir a ver en las tardes, para que vean de lo que yo estoy hablando, y se den una idea y le pidan así a la policía que ellos estén pendientes de lo que está pasando con esto.
So I invite each and every one of you to maybe come one day and see that most of these people don't stop. And you can see, you can actually look with the police department and
En las
actually,
zonas escolares.
yeah, and all the school areas where there's busing.
Lo último que tengo que decirles es sobre la ayuda que están dando para personas de bajos recursos sobre la renta.
So the other thing I want to talk about is the assistance that you're giving for people that need rent assistance.
Están pidiendo muchos requisitos
There's a lot of requirements that are needed.
y no se dan abasto las personas que trabajan. Voy a hablar de Mercy House. Tiene que tener más personal para poder ayudar a la comunidad.
So I'm talking about like Mercy House. They need to hire a lot more people because they really can't handle so many applications, so many people.
De otra cosa, estoy agradecida por estar aquí y espero que juntos podremos salir adelante para todas estas personas como yo que somos de bajos recursos y estar otra vez de pie.
So another thing that I want to say is thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to what I have to say because we need help. People like me that need assistance in more than one way.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. It says again.
That's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leticia Ortiz
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Ortiz.
y yo estoy aquí por primera vez para pedirles que nos ayuden en el control de renta porque uno como hispano tiene que tener 3 trabajos para poder...
So I want you I want you to understand that us as Hispanics, we need to have 3 jobs in order to be able to pay for rent.
para poder pagar la renta y para comer.
To pay the rent and to eat.
Incluso mi esposo trabaja en restaurante y él dice que tiene que sacarlo de 3 trabajos de 3 personas y le pagan lo mismo.
So my husband works at a restaurant and he says that he has to work for 3 people at the same restaurant because they don't want to hire any more people. It's only him doing 3 jobs.
Y otra inquietud que tengo mi niña de 10 años y ella me ha comentado que a ella no le gusta lo que pusieron por un lado del McDonald's, de la venta de drogas, porque ese es un mal aspecto para ellos.
So another thing that I want to talk about is my daughter. She's 10 years old and she says that there's a place next to McDonald's where they have drug sales.
El de la 19.
The McDonald's on 17th Street.
Y les pedimos que nos ayuden para que no sigan poniendo tanto local de venta de drogas.
So we're asking you for help where they don't have so many places where they sell drugs.
Porque pues así va a seguir creciendo la delincuencia de todas las razas.
So delinquency is going to increase in all races.
Y le pido por favor que pongan atención sobre de todos los locales de venta de droga.
So
Gracias.
I want you to please keep an eye on all the different businesses that sell drugs in that area. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
At the last council meeting, I was sitting home and I heard the Fairview Park issue being discussed, and I was really upset. And at that moment, I was channeling Cindy Black. And if Cindy Black were still here, she would have been up at this microphone screaming bloody murder. I'm sure you all remember Cindy Black was the one that discovered the burrowing owl nest. She knew every species and every bird on Fairview Park, and she fought unmercifully to protect Fairview Park. And the actions of our council last week takes me back to 2016 when this city and the residents of this city put AA on the ballot and they put Y on the ballot. And why? Because our council would not protect us. So the community had to come together, do an initiative, the only city in the state of California that passed 2 initiatives in one election. So what do we have so far? We have Y that you're trying so desperately to dump in the crapper and spit in the face of the voters. And now you're taking Fairview Park, which is like questioning apple pie and motherhood and not making a decision. This report spelled it out. The one line that says it all. These impacts on a weekly basis pose a threat to degrading these rare ecosystems. Rare ecosystems. What do we need? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife to come here and smack us up the side of the face and say, what are you doing to Fairview Park? Maybe that's what we do need, because evidently we're not taking our responsibility. All our council people that were purporting to be these wonderful environmentalists, oh, let's get on our bicycles and do all these wonderful things, and then turn our back on Fairview Park? I don't think that's gonna fly. And I think you're misreading and misjudging the residents in our city. You know, if you want to be well-liked, well, go be a taco. But when you have to make hard decisions, you have to make a hard decision. And are they easy? They're not easy. And that's why politicians need to have a backbone. And what we've seen is, we've seen you fold like a cheap suit.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. At the last council meeting, I asked if the city would be doing anything with respect to the state's proposed emergency operations center on Fairview Developmental Center. One of the members of the council responded to the effect that this is a done deal and there's nothing for the city to do. This project is anything but a done deal. The state requested that agencies, such as the city, give input as to what should be covered in the environmental impact report. That was the purpose of the scoping meeting. The purpose of CEQA is to ensure that a project's lead agency fully evaluates, discloses, and mitigates, where feasible, certain environmental effects. An environmental impact report serves as the informational document that informs the public and decision makers as to the significant environmental effects of a project and the ways in which those effects can be minimized. Projects of this type and size typically involve significant environmental impacts, so the EIR must contain sufficient detail for the residents of Costa Mesa to understand and meaningfully consider the issues raised by the project. I'm asking the city to submit a written request as to what it feels the residents need to know to evaluate the project. Again, this is a large project that covers 15 acres, has a 35,000 square foot office building, a 20,000 square foot warehouse that will store who knows what, and a 10-story communications tower, all located near environmentally sensitive species and habitat areas, and census tracts that are 80% people of color and have pollution burdens between 46 and 86%. I don't understand why you aren't concerned about the impacts on the residents. Again, this is not a done deal. The comment period has been extended to April 17th. I hope we send in a letter. Now, Mayor Stevens at the last meeting expressed an interest in drafting an inclusionary housing ordinance. I printed out samples of some of the nearby cities, just some, including Newport's draft ordinance by Kaiser Marston, who's, I believe, one of our consultants. So I think you'll find it interesting. I think you'll also find that these cities have figured out a way to administer their programs. So I'll leave this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to speak on Fairview Park, and I will echo the sentiments of 5 or 6 speakers that came before me, and I won't repeat what they said, but I hope the situation can be rectified and that eventually you will vote to protect Fairview Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the chambers. Thank you for those comments. Let's go to Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Hank Castanetti, please.
Mr. Castanetti, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members, staff, and the great citizens of Costa Mesa. I'm Hank Castagnetti from the Orange County Model Engineers. We operate the Mackerel Flats and Goat Hill Junction Railroad in beautiful Fairview Nature Park. I wanted to remind everyone that April 15th and 16th are our free run days where we offer free rides to everyone that shows up. Please come on by. The park is green. The vernal pools are full. They're attracting varieties of birds that we seldom see in Costa Mesa or in Fairview Park. I also want to have a somber note to report tonight. I have just been informed that Dr. Richard Dick Marin has entered hospice. No one in this city has done more to promote and protect, the natural resources of Fairview Park. He fought hard as chairman of the Fairview Park Citizens Advisory Committee at a time when forces aligned to turn the entire park into ball fields and soccer fields. On behalf of the Orange County Model Engineers, as well as the Fairview Park Steering Committee, I want to send my thoughts and prayers to his wife, Jo, his extended family, and we wish him all the best. Part of our railroad is named after Dick Marin. We have a water tower and a surrounding rail yard that has been named in his honor. It has been a privilege to work with him. I would not be involved in the Fairview Park issues if it had not been for his encouragement and counsel. So again, thank you very much, City Council, and have a good night.
Thank you, Hank.
Debbie Koken, please.
Ms. Koken, you have the floor.
Please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Debbie Koken. I'm with the Fairview Park Alliance also, like a few of the earlier speakers. But I just wanted to say that everyone is invited on Saturday at 9 a.m. to participate in the restoration work at Fairview Park. We'll be removing non-native invasive plants, and we can use all the help we can get. So I hope some of you will show up. That I'm talking to the council and to the city. Thank you.
No further speakers.
All right, close public comment. Now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 5, Arliss Reynolds, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Great, thank you. Welcome to everyone who's here tonight. I guess I want to start on one of the last comments we heard related to a community member. And really a lot of the comments tonight referenced either in person made by community members or referenced community members who've been champions on different issues in this community throughout the city's history. And it's just a good reminder, and I want to acknowledge all of the community members who do volunteer their time for the city. It's a huge part of what makes the city move forward. We are community members as well. I started as a activist on a particular issue, and so that work is certainly recognized and appreciated, and we encourage you all to continue to get involved. Just a quick note on the Cal OES project. We got an update on that today. Our city staff are meeting weekly with the team that's leading that, and we are preparing a letter in response to that. My understanding, it was our city's feedback that pushed back the deadline for feedback. So we're trying to catch up a little bit, but really trying to stay close on what's going on and influence to benefit our community. Also, an issue that came up, it's not really on our agenda tonight, but I want to reinforce how important and seriously we take the concerns about the cost of housing in this community, growing homelessness, growing food insecurity. We've made a lot of resources and funding available to support rental assistance. We're working, we've done a lot related to homelessness and have outreach teams that are out in the community daily to help with those issues. Working on finding additional resources to provide access to food and other resources for the community members who need it. We have, where did they go? Our staff have put together a couple new documents that I think are available in the back of the room. One in English, one in Spanish, with a summary of a lot of those resources that are available. So if any of those things would be helpful to you, for those who are in the council chambers today, please pick up that guide on the way out. Give that to folks in the community who may need it. And I'm sure we have this available online, and we'll make this available online. So please do use those resources. I'm also interested in continuing to learn about the barriers that people are experiencing in terms of accessing those resources that we want to make available, because the point is that they're there to help people in this community. Another issue we heard raised tonight is continued concerns about speeding and safe streets. One of our council has taken a lot of action on improving safety in our streets. We have a lot of great projects coming out this year to make our streets more friendly for people walking and biking and driving around our city. One of those activities is also related to bike safety education. And so we've got some momentum behind more safety and education events, both for young people in our community, but also for adults. So I just wanted to give you a couple notes on your calendar for that. On April 29th, there's a helmet fitting event. This is primarily targeted at youth at the Newport Mesa YMCA. And then several of our local committee members have been working on a public event at Estancia High School on May 27th. That's Memorial Weekend. We have lots of sponsors who've donated for free helmets at that event. So if you're a biker or know a biker who doesn't have a helmet, that's a great event to go get a helmet. And we're also doing safety education training for people on e-bikes. We understand that that's a growing concern in the community about people on e-bikes who haven't had the training on how to ride safely around. So really good resources that we're getting out and making available to community members. Just a few acknowledgements. We had last week a partnership between the city and the school district, an event targeted at the young women in our community who may be interested in STEM or engineering careers. It was a really fun night that Councilmember Marr was at, I was at, and our transportation manager, Jennifer Rosales, was at, all talking about our careers in engineering. A really inspiring night and a really great collaboration between our city and our school district at a great community space, the Norma Herzog Museum. So thank you to all of the staff who were there, who helped supported that event, and to everyone who participated. Thanks to our Fairview Park Administrator, Kelly Dalton, who I don't see here, for organizing the vernal pool tour at Fairview Park. That was really special to be at. I really enjoyed the tour. Very, very educational to learn about all of the different biological resources and how special those vernal pools are. And then just one more note here. I was at, I think, everyone's favorite coffee shop, Moon Goat Coffee. They're doing an expansion, and I always ask how things are going, and they voluntarily shared how helpful our staff have been in their expansion work, and they just said that they had a really great experience. We're really thankful for that support, so thank you to the team. All right, thank you.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Next up from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Quick few thank yous. First and foremost, thank you for our first responders. I know those of you that handle the 911 operating center have the most difficult job of all in being calm and making sure you can accurately relay the information to our officers and to our firefighters. So I just want to say, bottom of my heart, thank you for keeping us all safe in Costa Mesa and keeping a level head when things can be difficult. To all the students visiting us today, thank you for being part of democracy and seeing how your city works. Hopefully you find this enlightening and not too boring, but I know how it goes. And for all the Spanish-speaking community that has come out for the past few months now, I just want to say thank you so much for continuing to raise the awareness of the issues facing our lower-income communities. You truly are a beacon of hope. I have spent a lot of times showing the youth of Costa Mesa your videos, and I want to say that you speak for our community. So thank you for being here and raising your concerns. I want to give a few updates of things I've done this past week and some areas for us to focus on with staff. First and foremost, last Saturday, I was joined by Councilmember Gameros at 2 events. We both went to the community outreach for Northgate Market. I know a lot of community members have been anxiously waiting to see Northgate open up for the past couple years. It's gonna be hopefully happening this fall, and they're having one more community outreach meeting in April. If you have any concerns or are curious about how the store is going to look, I invite you to check it out. They have really good food and a really good concept. Basically what they're doing is they're doing half mercado or half store and half tianguis or half food vendor stuff. So it's going to be a really cool concept that I want all of us to participate and join in on. I also want to thank all the groups that were part of the Save Our Youth bike rodeo that happened. I saw CMPD there, so thank you CMPD for being there. I saw CMABS, the Community Alliance for Better Streets, handing out lights. Thank you guys for advocating for safety in our community. And I saw the Harvest Society there as well. Thank you for being there and talking to our community. And finally, the thing I want to end off with is areas to focus on. I have a couple residents contact me regarding the Joanne Bike Trail having encampments and graffiti. I know graffiti is always one of those things you gotta be proactive on, but I've been hearing a couple times that's kind of a hot spot. Maybe we have some staff just patrol it more often. And finally, just to do a quick shout out, the Sunset Eagles baseball team, both varsity and JV, won the Battle of the Bell. So congratulations to Eagles on that victory. And to the high school, don't worry, there's always next year to try and win that bell back. But again, thanks for everyone being here today and have a great time.
Thank you. Next up from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of things briefly. I just want to remind everyone coming up here for Easter, we have Spring Fest at Lions Park. For those of you who have young ones, it's a wonderful event to participate in. They have different age groups that can go on Easter egg hunts and stuff like that. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 1845 Park Avenue. So if you have some little ones and you want to participate, it's a lot of fun. A couple of other things I want to talk about. Like Council Member Chavez said, we did attend the Northgate community event and the bike rodeo. They were both wonderful events. I will have to say that the Northgate community event was probably more well attended. Probably not the best timing for soy, being that there was free food being given away at the Northgate market, but still they were both wonderful events. And I do want to shout out to our Costa Mesa Police Department who attended the event at Soy. They were very well received, and it was a good time just sitting back and, just socializing with them and talking to them. And we do have a great community-based police department who's there for us. Another thing I want to do, I want to talk briefly about Luke Davis Field. I know this has came up several times, and I have been working with staff and trying to facilitate the logistics of properly opening this up to the public. I wouldn't mind if the city manager could maybe brief us on that a little bit. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, one of your comments. Okay, thank you. So other than that, it's supposed to be about 4 weeks away. So thank you. That's all I have.
All right. So then from District 1, Councilmember Donald Harper.
Thank you. Monday, I got an email from the Costa Mesa Police Department. I didn't get a ticket, just an email. And from Lieutenant Stephanie Solinsky, our traffic safety lieutenant. And she documented some things that happened with she's documented things that happened relative to distracted driving, and says 72%, that's 72% of the concern people have. 56,000 citations were issued in California last year. And she didn't put this in the email, 1 in 4 accidents is related to distracted driving. I operate a company that we log about close to 2 million miles a year in driving. And about 6 years ago, we had one of our employees almost had his family entirely killed in a texting accident where they weren't texting, but the other driver was. So we quote a lot of statistics at our company and try and encourage people to do the right thing. And what we found 6 years ago was some videos that made a big difference. And we track all our results, and our company's actually the poster child for Federated Insurance. So I'm going to share with you one of the 4 videos that we make our employees watch. Don't hate me for doing it, because they're hard to watch. And this is the one that's least hard to watch. I know there's some high school students here, so for any other reason I'm going to show it. That's the reason I'm going to show it. And if our police department, fire department want to use this concept, we just found it very effective. So Brenda, you said it was okay to show, so you make them cry. Go ahead.
So I just confess that I text and drive.
If I get a text, I'll look at my phone.
It's definitely texting.
Instagram, Twitter, Facebook.
Snapchat. I do Snapchat and drive sometimes.
Is that like making Snapchats or watching them?
Making them.
A, texting is like my main form of communication.
Boredom, honestly.
And B, well, no, I guess no, it's really just A.
I've only never done it at stoplights. I've always been really good about it.
The passenger has a pretty important role driving now, where they're like, oh, red light, red light.
If someone that you like texts you, you can't just let it sit there without just knowing what they said.
Because what if something exciting's happening or something happened?
Like every time I do it, I think about it, I'm like, why am I doing this? And then I just keep doing it.
So I'd like to want to introduce you to a friend of ours.
My name's JC.
Hi, Alexis.
Hi, Dash. Justin, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I just really quickly want to have a chat, tell you what happened to me. When I was 21 years old, driving home from my college graduation ceremony, driver on his phone was so distracted, he turned left into the intersection at a red light. Another car, an 18-wheeler, swerved to miss him and hit my family's car. And the resulting collision actually killed both of my parents. I spent 2 months in the hospital fighting for my own life, and then 2 more months in a rehab hospital, learning how to walk again, learning how to speak again, learning how to dress myself and how to feed myself. I live with a partially paralyzed body. I didn't have my daddy to walk me down the aisle when I got married.
Having sort of met JC, because you look at JC and sort of give those same reasons.
Usually I use my phone to change a song on. I try to use it as little as possible, but
I'm not gonna look at my phone ever again.
Honestly, if I have been sitting at a red light, I'll glance down to see if my mom's texting me, but the people's lives that are impacted from something that is so stupid.
I can assure you on my drive home right now, I'm not going to use my phone and drive, and I'm not going to do it when I go to work tomorrow and the next day after that until, it becomes a habit, and that just doesn't happen at all.
I know this is hard, I'm sorry, it's hard for me too, but this is real. You have the power to really actually make a difference and do something about it.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Brenda. You know, we have council members that spend a lot of energy and community members spend a lot of energy. We spend millions of dollars trying to make sure there's bike safety in the city with, you know, different paint and devices. And we can all do our part by just not being distracted when you drive. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That was very good. I'm glad you did that. Councilmember Marr from District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did call it my annual ride-along. I try to do a ride-along every single year with the police department because I always learn something about either some part of the city or something going on that I wasn't aware of. So I wanted to thank Officers Davis and Harbor for letting me hang out in their patrol cars for a couple hours last Friday. I learned a lot, as I always do. Thank you to Councilmember Reynolds for organizing that excellent event about women in engineering. There were 75 girls there from our school district, which was pretty amazing that we got that kind of a turnout. Senora Trejo, we're meeting tomorrow, I think, so looking forward to talking to you more. I think, you know, one of the things that I'd like to try to understand a little bit better is the barriers to rental assistance and, you know, what I've already heard a little bit about subleasing being an issue, but I want to understand better what are the other things that are keeping people from accessing that assistance. Happy Easter for all those celebrating. That is coming up on Sunday. And I think this is a quick one. That was all I had, with the exception of just wanted to give my prayers to the mayor and family for all that they're going through right now. Dick Marin has been an institution in the city for a long time, and that was pretty awful news to get tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Jeffrey Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, thank you, Councilmember Harper, for sharing that. My 16-year-old will be watching that tonight several times. I had the pleasure of hosting a Daisy troop from St. Joachim's here about 2 weeks ago. I've never seen a group of people, and these were first grade girls, more excited about City Hall. It was very refreshing. They got to enjoy visiting with people on every floor, including in our basement studio. They loved that too. The neighbor who organized that could not stop talking about it. She says this is something the girls continue to talk about. So they earned their democracy badge, and I'm glad they did it here. Mr. Vucevic beat me to the punch, but I want to personally and publicly congratulate Dr. Andrea Marr for successfully defending her dissertation this week and earning her doctorate in philosophy from the University of San Diego. I don't know what you're going to do with your free time now, but I'm sure you will fill it. Lastly, just to echo those comments for those who celebrate this week, happy Passover and happy Easter.
Thank you. Great comments, everyone. So I'd just like to follow up on Ms. Lester's comment about the Wildlife Center. I don't know why it is that we don't provide compensation for the services that we receive. I'm sure staff will look into that and will rectify that. Again, happy Holy Week, Easter, and Passover to everybody who's celebrating it in Costa Mesa. I just got back. I didn't go for Mardi Gras or anything like that, but I went to New Orleans last week, and it's interesting. It's a beautiful town, of course, in many ways, and it's the food was great, and the music was wonderful, and we had a great time, and we saw alligators and all kinds of critters. But now, as the mayor, when you go to another place, another part of the country, you go there and you're evaluating the municipal services that you see, and it made me so proud to. I know it's kind of geeky. It's like I should be just on vacation, but you're never really on vacation. But in New Orleans, they don't have the benefit of the pavement condition that we have in Costa Mesa. The streets are very bumpy. There's obviously not a 24-hour graffiti removal. Graffiti is very prevalent in New Orleans. And I'm told by our Uber driver, and so you know it's true, that their police officers, the staffing is down by over 100 over the budgeted staff. So the the police that we have here and the level of staffing and the level of our quality of our command staff and all the way down throughout our sworn and unsworn folks in the police department is really something to be very proud of. So, but they do have a lot of music, and they stay open a lot later in New Orleans than we do in Costa Mesa. So, you know, it's everybody has things and they have some very interesting zoning, and the area where I stayed had a 97 out of 100 in its walkability score. And by contrast, my house in Mesa Verde has a 38. So, you know, there's good things and bad things. But I thought I'd bring that up because I was very proud by comparison about some of the things that we have in Costa Mesa. I don't want to take those for granted. The flock cameras, there was an article, I encourage you to read it in the Los Angeles Times on Sunday about our flock cameras that are mounted. While I understand the sentiments of the speaker, I do believe that these cameras are going to improve our public safety, and they're not facial recognition. They're just hitting the license plates, and they're doing it for a reason. The primary reason is to make sure we identify and get a heads up for stolen vehicles that are coming into the city of Costa Mesa. We've recovered 10 stolen vehicles, and it's only been a couple of weeks since we've had these. So that's really saying something. And the other thing is the deterrent effect. If people on stolen vehicles know that their license plate is going to be imaged, they're much less likely to bring those vehicles into the city of Costa Mesa, where they are more likely with a stolen vehicle to do some mischief. I love this resource guide, pocket guide, and it's got all of our emails and all the council members' emails and phone numbers there, and this one is my cell phone number, so go ahead and use it. Dick Marin and his family, bless you, and Dick is a great guy. I know him personally, and I can speak from personal observation of his commitment to our community and Fairview Park in particular. Congratulations to Dr. Marr. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And thank you to Mark for highlighting her achievement. I'm sure that was really great. She felt good about that, and she definitely deserves it. So anyway, tomorrow is an interesting day in the history of Costa Mesa. Does anybody know what tomorrow is? You know. It's the 100th anniversary of the birth of Henry Segerstrom. Okay? 100th anniversary of the birth. Henry Segerstrom, who was born on April 5th, 1923. So I'm going to read some facts about Henry Segerstrom, who really, the Costa Mesa wouldn't be Costa Mesa in many respects without him. Henry Segerstrom was made a profound difference in the worlds of business and culture, setting the highest standards as a businessman, philanthropist, and arts patron. Henry was born in Santa Ana to Swedish immigrant farmers who ultimately became the largest producer of dry lima beans in the world. He attended Santa Ana High School, where he was class president and valedictorian, and then he attended Stanford University, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree and an MBA in 1948. He served our country during World War II and was severely injured in the famous Battle of the Bulge, taking months to recover. He was awarded both the Purple Heart and European Theater of Operations ribbon with a battle star. His consistent drive for excellence inspired him to create a cosmopolitan center in 1967 that we all know as South Coast Plaza, one of the most successful retail centers in the world, right here in Costa Mesa. While South Coast Plaza cemented his legacy as a visionary businessman, his passion was also the arts. In 1979, Henry Segerstrom commissioned the renowned artist Isamu Noguchi to create a 1.6-acre sculpture garden in Costa Mesa named California Scenario. The garden is widely recognized as one of Noguchi's most important and work and quickly became one of the most significant public gardens in Southern California upon its opening in 1982. His ongoing leadership and philanthropy led to the development of a world-renowned multidisciplinary arts complex on land donated by the Segerstrom family. South Coast Repertory set the stage, opening in 1978. Orange County Performing Arts Center opened in 1986. Both organizations expanded on additional land donated by the Segerstrom family to create Segerstrom Center for the Arts. The Renee and Henry Segerstrom Concert Hall opened in 2006 with along with the Samweli Theater. Henry Segerstrom's vision was completed in the past year with the opening of the Orange County Museum of Arts complex. Today, South Coast Plaza and Segerstrom Center for the Arts stand as an enduring testament to Henry Segerstrom's bold vision and constant drive for excellence and dedication to giving back. There's a tribute on his life. Get this, a tribute tomorrow night at 8 p.m. is going to be broadcast on the local PBS station. So you can either watch it or record it and watch it at your leisure. And it's called Henry T. Segerstrom, Imagining the Future. For more about Henry Segerstrom and his life and accomplishments, you can go to henrysegerstrom.com. Happy anniversary of the birth of Henry Segerstrom, for whom we will adjourn the meeting. Now, that's all I have. And so now we're going to hear from our city manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members and public. I'm happy to provide a report this evening on a number of important initiatives. I first wanted to provide a brief update on some of the actions that the city is taking to make sure that there's input that's being received by the state and the California Office of Emergency Services regarding the new Southern California Region Emergency Operations Center that's being planned for Fairview Developmental Center. So we did receive some public comments this evening, and we've been reporting on this, and we will continue to report on this major project. As we know, Fairview Developmental Center is a large site. The state is trying to create an opportunity to have additional emergency assistance as provided in the Southern California region, and this would be the hub for that. The city has assembled a working group comprised of individuals across 5 different departments to provide input and feedback to the California Office of Emergency Services and also the Department of General Services, which is the real estate arm of the state, to provide feedback and immediate input on their recommendations and their plans for the site. We will continue to report out on this. We will continue to request additional meetings be held. We're hoping that there will be some town hall meetings that will be held hopefully in the near future. But there's still time to make your voices heard. There is a comment period for the notice of preparation information that they have released to the public, which is on our website. And those comments can be received all the way through April 17th, 2023. The city will be putting together its responses, its feedback, questions in writing, and we will be sharing that publicly as well. We're very actively engaged in this at the highest levels. Myself, I've been involved, and we have both of our chiefs, our police chief, our fire chief, our Development Services Director, Jennifer Lee, is leading the team, and Raja Satharaman and Public Works and his staff are also very much involved, as this is a very significant project. And so if you're interested in providing comments on the project, we urge you to please email the state directly to comments@oesregionsvoc.org. And so we'll have this information on our website. Also, please feel free to provide comments to the city manager's inbox and email as well, or to the city council, or all of the above, to make sure that we get as much feedback as possible. Another update I wanted to provide is on the Luke Davis Field. We've had conversations about the field and opening it up for greater access to the community. We've been talking about potentially having a special event, a festive event where we could celebrate the expansion of the use of that field beyond just the leagues that are currently using it. And so we're going to be looking at a series of dates over the next several weekends, probably look at the next 4 weekends for an available time when the field's not in play and not being used, for us to be able to have a great community event that we can invite folks to. And so we'll send that information to you, Council, because we want to maximize the ability for you to participate in that celebratory event, for sure. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about Earth Day. And so April, as you know, has many holidays, but one of my favorites is Earth Day. We've started a tradition in Costa Mesa where we'll have an annual Earth Day festival. Some of you may have attended last year. I'm looking at the audience, and some of you were definitely there and enjoyed some of the festivities. This year, Earth Day falls on the weekend. It'll be April 22nd, and so we'll have a full slate of events from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll feature sustainability and eco-friendly activities for children, free food, live music, local eco-friendly artists and local vendors, and then agencies, other governmental agencies and organizations that promote sustainability, recycling, and pollution prevention information. So please join us on Saturday, April 22nd to celebrate Earth Day. We look forward to seeing you there. And then even closer will be this Saturday, Springfest. And so we launched this event last year. We hope you'll join us to celebrate Springfest this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Lions Park. There'll be a pirate adventure, which will include an egg hunt, entertainment, face painting, and more. So please bring your children, nieces, nephews, as many family members as you'd like. The event is free and no registration is required. Also wanted to congratulate Dr. Marr. You are an inspiration to many of us at the staff level with your professional achievements and accomplishments. And this is just in addition to everything that you've achieved in providing service in the United States Navy. Now you're also a doctorate. And so we're very proud of you. And it's just a pleasure to work with you, Dr. Marr. And I know you don't want to be called Dr. Marr, but it sounds so good. And happy Passover, Easter, and Ramadan, which goes through April 21st. Those are all my comments.
Thank you very much. Now, the city attorney report from Ms. Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to say congratulations to Dr. Marr. And you have a lot to be proud of. I have a Juris Doctor, but it's not nearly as hard as getting one of those. I know that to be true. And I want to wish everyone the most wonderful of all the spring holidays. And that's all I have tonight.
You didn't have to defend a dissertation, but you defend the city very well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar items are considered routine and will be considered in one motion unless somebody from the public or the city council or the staff pulls any items. We have 5 consent calendar items tonight. Madam Clerk, have any of them been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful.
I'd like to pull number 4.
Okay, so Councilmember Harper is pulling number 4. So, and then I want to note that Councilmember Gameros is recusing himself from number 3 of the warrant resolution. Okay, so with that, we get a motion on the balance.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Harlan has moved, and Councilmember Chavez is the second on the balance. Let's call for the question.
Oh, wait. Sorry, let me just do this again. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, there we go. Motion carries 7-0.
Good. Okay, so then Councilmember Harper pulled number 4. Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm not sure to direct my questions to. Ms. Cosma had prepared this report, but I'll just start and you can answer, Lorianne, if you want. So I just want to know, is this contractually, are we contractually obligated in some way with the union contracts or labor negotiations we did in this?
No, so this is not part of the labor negotiations.
And who initiated this item? Was it staff or council?
Last year, the CMCEA, so our General Employees Association, did request Juneteenth as part of the labor negotiations. We opted to not negotiate that and instead bring it to City Council for your consideration.
Oh, so it's a courtesy, they requested it. We're
Yes.
Putting it forward. I was surprised it was on the consent calendar. It doesn't seem like a routine item, given a paid holiday. It's a paid holiday, correct, for all city employees?
That's correct.
That's correct. And why was it not in the regular agenda?
I think it was just considered more of a procedural item since we did receive some questions last year from the council as to whether we would be celebrating, since it is now a national holiday at the federal level and many cities have actually adopted it. And so we're actually just a little bit behind some other cities and also the federal government in recognizing it as an official paid federal holiday.
Do you know how many cities in Orange County?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of how many cities. I couldn't find any other cities that did it. The cost is set, the fiscal impact is $133,000. I'm wondering how is that calculated?
I can answer that for you, Councilmember Harper. We calculate those numbers basically on the paid holidays for the safety personnel that do work 24/7 shifts. So we basically came up with a number based on actual expenses for a legal holiday.
For a legal holiday. Not sure I understand that.
So we have multiple legal holidays in the
Right.
city. So we basically costed what a normal legal holiday costs the city for the 24/7 operations. And by adding an additional legal holiday, it would cost us basically approximately the same amount.
So everybody goes home, you have a skeleton staff that operates the city, and is that what you're saying?
This is basically for our safety personnel who have a 24/7 shift.
Yeah.
Police and fire would be having these additional expenses.
So we have about $112 million payroll total to citywide, correct?
Correct.
So correct me if I'm looking at this the wrong way. When I take the $112 million, and that doesn't include the pension cost, right?
Correct.
Pension cost is usually another 50%?
Less than that. but
Less than
yes.
that, 40%?
Approximately 40
So
to
we're talking
45.
about 160 million in payroll annually. I look at that and I divide it by the number of work days, and that's my cost per day, which at 112 million, I come up with like 431,000 in a cost for a paid holiday.
Keep in mind that it doesn't quite work that way for our staff. We have most of our staff is salary. So those annual costs for those salaries are not going to be changing. That's already built in.
They're not productive that day.
Correct.
They get a day off.
So the actual true expense is
So
our safety.
And I know this is exaggerated example, if I gave half the year off as paid holidays, I'd staff more people, wouldn't I? That's obvious. I'd have to, and there'd be an extra cost. It's always a cost, right?
There's always a cost.
You know that. You're an accountant like me. So we all look at costs, and I look at productivity, and I can't imagine saying to my company that, hey, we could give 10 more days off and there's no cost. It's still a cost. It's a per day cost.
It's a productive cost versus
Productive
an actual
cost.
dollar cost.
Well, productive turns into something eventually, right? I mean, eventually you have to produce what you need to produce, and it costs you something, whether it's extended hours, more employees. That's the way I see it, and I'm a former CPA, KPMG, forever CFO, so I understand, and like you do, I think we're maybe arguing about nothing here. So I think the cost is about $431,000 a year. If I'm not mistaken, if I take the 112 and divide it by 52 and divide it by 5, I get $431,000 a day. And if I take that 431,000, and if I were to take that money and put it in a bank account at 6% interest, in 40 years I'd have $66 million. So to me, it seems like a significant number to put on a significant item to put on a consent calendar. You followed that, didn't you? You did.
I follow, except the
understand.
way I budget is differently. I actually budgeting the actual dollars out, which in this case would be about 133,000.
So based on that theory, I can give every day off but one day a year, and I could be the same place, right? Do you see my point? Why I think it's wrong, and I think it's misleading to put $131,000 in this report. That's not really the cost. The cost is a day's wages, whether it's salaried or hourly. It doesn't matter. It's still a day's productivity, and that's how you cost things.
In my mind, how we cost things is actually what's going to be paid out. And I understand your point, but for the fiscal impact, it would be the fiscal impact on the city's budget, which in this case, there would be not an increase to the city's budget as a result of this additional holiday outside of the $133,000.
Right, just less gets done. Correct. I mean, less gets done. And so it gets done in the next year, or the next year, or the next year eventually gets done. I understand your point. I understand your point. How many paid holidays does our city staff have? 12, 13?
There's 12.
12?
12.
Okay, average private company has 8 to 10. I know some, I don't want to not recognize Juneteenth, but I know some organizations will allow 12 paid holidays, for example, and then you pick which ones you want to be off on. You know, it's like a menu you choose from. So it's one way to recognize that. Dave, anybody consider that?
So generally speaking, I think what you're describing is like the floaters, the floating holidays. We do have that as well. In this case, I think when it comes to the federally recognized holidays, as a general rule, the city typically will recommend approval of that because it's a federally recognized holiday. But that's precisely why we brought it to you this evening, so that you could decide how you wanted to move forward on it.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. I just know we've had challenges, staff getting work done, council wants things done, and so it just struck me odd that we would do another paid day off, and I'm particularly, you can tell I'm a little bit bothered that we didn't. I guess the accounting is different than I would look at it. I guess I should say that politely. You look at it differently. So I'll if other council members want to ask questions, I'll allow that, and that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Did you want to say something before we open it up to the public? Yeah. Yes, you have questions?
I do. Are you first?
No, I have a motion.
Well, I know, but we got to open it up to the public. Shall we open it up to the public? Do you have a question?
I have a statement, not a question.
Well, let's open it up to the public, and then we can get a motion on the floor, and then everybody can make their statements. Okay? Ms. Lee, did you want to say something? No. Okay. So we're opening up this item to the public. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
I'll be brief. I just done a quick Google search. So it's a federal holiday. It's also a state holiday. The previous year, it was an unpaid holiday by the state, and the state has now made it a paid holiday. That was something I examined when I was in Sacramento last year on Juneteenth. And it's also something done in the city of Los Angeles recognizes Juneteenth. So I think those are just some things for the record. And I also think there's some great research into the 4-day work week and the dozens of companies that have tried that and the success they're having. And so I don't think, I think having, one holiday per month actually makes a lot of sense. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item from inside the chambers? Is there anyone on Zoom that wishes to speak?
Yes, A. Barnes, please.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I also will be brief. My name is Andrew Barnes. I do agree with Councilmember Harper that the costs should be completely calculated. There are opportunity costs for the public. That's another day in which permits cannot be processed. And so we stall the wheels of progress within the city. And we just need to understand those costs so that we can make a rational decision without having a true accounting for the implication of an additional holiday. It makes no sense that you can vote on it. So just please consider all of the associated costs before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom? So we'll close public comment. We have a motion by Councilmember Marr. What is your motion?
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, and then is that seconded by Councilmember Reynolds? Okay, now's the opportunity for everybody to speak, but first we'll hear from the maker of the motion if she wants to be heard.
I don't have anything.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds? Nothing from Councilmember Reynolds. You wanted to be heard, Councilmember Gameros?
I do. I want to use this time to thank staff for everything that they do. And if we can give them something back for all their hard work, I think Juneteenth is an excellent opportunity to do that. Whatever the cost is, I'm not going to argue it in any way, shape, or form. And that day that we give up could end up paying us back in 10 days more because someone else had a chance to decompress and spend time with their family that maybe they wouldn't be able to do. Considering a work-life balance, I think, is the number one thing we need to consider when we're all out here working and grinding on that stone. We're trying to provide a service for everybody here, and if we as a city can provide for the community by giving the staff one more day off, I would absolutely support that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I support the motion. I think it's a very important day to commemorate, and I'm glad that we're doing this, and I appreciate that the staff brought it forward, and I appreciate the motion. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right, we're done with the consent calendar. It's just before 8 o'clock. Let's take a break of about 15 minutes, and we'll be back, and we'll get through our three items, I'm sure, rather quickly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record at the council meeting, and we have three new business items tonight. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title on item number 1?
Thank you. This is the Costa Mesa Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, presentation by Ms. Emmerich, Acting Emergency Services Manager.
Ms. Emmerich, you have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the presentation. Let me do that. How about that? Good morning, good afternoon, all of the above.
Good morning yet.
It's not morning yet. I haven't experienced one of those, but I appreciate that. I come to you tonight with your completed local hazard mitigation plan, one of 10 cities in Orange County that actually has a local hazard mitigation plan. So we've been working on this project since 2019. The process has been, unique in that we've invited the community, we've invited special districts, we've invited our city staff to meet together and work on this plan. So we have this and a preliminary approval from FEMA, and what is required tonight is to really take us to that next level and approve that resolution so that we can move forward with that final document to FEMA in order to keep this plan in place. And this process has been exciting for me, having taken this over in June, and to bring it to its fruition tonight. We have worked with Cal OES, we have worked with FEMA, and we'll be taking the local hazard mitigation plan into our general plan and creating the safety element so that it will name our hazards and our capabilities within the jurisdiction. And the beauty of this plan is we don't have to renew it until 2028. It is a 2023 local hazard mitigation plan. So I'm excited to bring that to you and to let you know some of the specifics that come with that. Our process has been long. We had a few delays, but we are definitely there. On our 5-year update plan, we'll bring together the community, will bring together staff, and we will organize again to take into considerations what we've learned over the last 5 years in improving upon the 12 named hazards in our hazard mitigation plan. Any questions on that particular part? Excellent. All right, questions at the end. One of the other things I wanted to mention tonight from the Office of Emergency Management is that I also will bring to you and for your brand new emergency manager an updated emergency operations plan, so something that we've not had since 2017. So we have a draft ready to go. Your new emergency manager that will begin in July will bring this forward after a review. The other thing that cities have, along with those 12 hazards that are named in our hazard mitigation, we have hazard annexes, and the city has not had any updated annexes in a number of years. So we will bring at least two to council to recognize those specifics, alert and warning, and mass care and sheltering. And with the support of city staff and the community, we'll bring those forward with a new emergency manager. So I'm excited that we're moving forward upon that. Other activities, part of the storm damage across the county, we have been working with the county and with the state, recognizing that information needs to be documented, any type of damage that occurs in our city. And so we, during our storms, starting back in the winter months and through the beginning of this first year, we have actually been updating our emergency operations and our web EOC guidelines in order to make sure that we're documenting the damage that has occurred in our city. So we don't meet the threshold for funding at this point, but the county has met that. And so if there is any potential for us to receive any funding back, we've at least documented the kind of damage, to be trees down, staff time, increased use of sandbags, and so we're tracking that information. So just wanted to make sure you were aware that we were doing that as well. We've been working with the Safety Committee in improving our employees' ability to respond to a disaster. We mentioned Shakeout last October. We're planning the Shakeout for this year and doing some specific training. We had staff attend the Business Preparedness Academy, and that was a great opportunity to work with our business communities and our city staff. We just recently hosted hands-only CPR and AED training for our city staff. I'll be out with the Corp Yard tomorrow helping with their training. But I wanted you to know that the Office of Emergency Management, in working with the police department, the fire department, and the city manager's office, in making sure that our community is ready and set in case we do have any type of conditions or situations that we need to be planning for. That's what I have.
Wonderful. Questions, council? Councilmember Marr.
There's a couple of organizations that are starting to look at the impacts of climate change specifically to cities. Sorry, this tissue box is like right in your, I can't see you. Specifically looking at the impacts of climate change on cities and trying to quantify what that dollar amount looks like. Do we feel like we have enough data, especially given the last year, all of the rain, stormwater flooding, et cetera, that we could start to put some rough orders of magnitude to what climate-related impacts on the city have been to date?
I think that's a work in progress, something that we do need to consider and evaluate as we move forward. Now we have a plan in place. We can start looking at mitigation projects, and specifically to climate change. It's named inside of the hazard mitigation plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I know that there are some federal funding available for projects that are I mean, I'm glad that climate change was specifically noted. That was something I was looking for in my review, because there's some federal grants that are now tied to, like, if your city can actually make the case that this might be climate related. So I'm glad we're doing that. Are we aware, it sounded like there's nothing that we're aware of right now that we could be going after from a grant funding perspective. I know that's not necessarily your area of expertise, but is there anything on the horizon that you think we might benefit from as it relates to federal or state grant monies?
We need this hazard mitigation plan
done first.
Done first, and then we would be eligible for looking for those kinds of grants.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you so much.
Any other council members? So I just have two quick questions. We convened that disaster council during the pandemic. Did that sunset with the ending of the state of emergency?
We are always a disaster council. That's part of
Well,
our...
I don't like the way you put it right there. I'm not sure about that. By we, I don't know. Anyway.
As part of the city's charter and municipal code, we have a disaster council. And so that participation, no matter what we're doing in any type of event or planning for an event, the disaster council is part of the requirements. It's part of our standard emergency management system. And so that function is just part of how we would be able to recognize any type of disaster and get the help that we need.
The other thing is, and later I'm going to make some comments very complimentary to this work, but how can is this going to be available to the public in some way online so people can look at it, in their spare time?
Yes, it's really great reading. It really is.
I couldn't put it down.
Excellent. It is on the website. Public comment was really part of the process for us. So I didn't get any public comment, but we reached out to our chamber, to South Coast Metro Alliance, to our senior center, just really through the community. Take a look at this. And now that we have it, it's something that we can refer back to and make sure it's part of everyone's awareness that we have a local hazard mitigation plan.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll reserve my comments for when there's a motion on the floor. Any other questions? Okay. Let's open it up to the public. Anybody from the public wish to be heard on this matter? I don't see anybody coming up. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. And then I made a motion. The motion is to accept the staff recommendation and approve the Costa Mesa's local hazard mitigation plan. Seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Okay, so I'm not kidding you. I was very impressed by this document, and I didn't read it from cover to cover, but I read a good amount of it. I would tell the public to really consider looking at it. There's a lot of very interesting demographics at the beginning, and they go through virtually every type of disaster that could happen to a city and determine whether or not we are susceptible to those disasters. Some of them we are, some of them we aren't. Hurricanes, for example, we check the box no. Tornadoes, we check the box no. So the two highest risks for disaster in the city of Costa Mesa is seismic and human risks. So some type of a risk caused by humans, and there's lots of them that were identified in here. And then being able to respond to those risks and having a plan is really quite something. And it doesn't surprise me that you've been working on this since 2019, because it reflects it reflects a tremendous amount of work. And as we learned in 2020, you know, it's better to plan before a disaster or before an outbreak or a pandemic or something like that. So this is a great document. It reflects a lot of time. To me, this is not like a perfunctory motion. It's a time to say thank you for the work that not only you did, but all the people who participated in this did. And it's a reference that we're going to have now for 5 years, and it's like a textbook, and we'll be able to go and people that maybe aren't even with the city will be able to go back and refer to this, and it will make us a safer city. So it's right in line, perfectly in line with our most important goal, is to have a safer city. And so thank you very much for your work. That's the basis of my motion. Do you have anything to say on behalf of the second?
Very eloquently said, Mayor. I second the motion.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's call for the question.
Mayor, please.
Yeah, I'm trying. It says vote idle.
I'll vote for you.
No, I don't think so.
Motion carries 7-0.
Good. All right, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Okay, now we're up to business, new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is our review of city committees, and our city manager, Ms. Farrell Harrison, will begin, and then I will present after her.
All right. Ms. Farrell Harrison, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, the item that we have before you is the culmination of a discussion that we've had at the staff level that basically ensued from the strategic planning retreat that we held last month, where we had a facilitator that was able to give us some feedback on best practices, governance structures, how the community, the council staff could work better together to achieve council goals. A recommendation was made about looking at the role of commissions and committees on a routine basis and being able to provide feedback to see if there are areas for improvement, efficiencies, and things of that nature. And so the item that's before you this evening is a culmination of some discussions at the staff level of recommendations that we'd like to make in this regard. But first, before we get into the recommendations, I just wanted to stress that as staff, as public servants, we welcome and engage. Public engagement, public involvement, community input is very important to the work that we do. It's very important to making sure that all the different stakeholders and their interests are being met. Many of us have worked for several different cities. I know that this department head team that we have, we kind of did a little quick poll, and between the 8 department heads of the city, including our chiefs and all of our directors, we've worked for 13 different cities. In preparing these recommendations for this evening, we're taking our decades of experience in our professions, all of the experience that we have working with commissions and committees across many different cities, these 13 cities, at least 2 of them that are in the top 13 in terms of the state of California, but includes cities like Santa Ana, Huntington Beach, Orange, Long Beach, Torrance, Hawthorne, and 6 others. What were the best practices that we had experienced in the past, and how could we implement those if the council deems them to be satisfactory, and if they would, help in terms of making sure that we are working on the issues that are central to your mission, vision, and goals as you've outlined them in the strategic plan. And so this is a discussion this evening. We have a variety of different recommendations. We would like to get direction and feedback from you. We know that there's been some public comment on some of these recommendations. We just want to stress that some of the procedures and protocols that we have currently in place, we believe should be at least explored, considered, discussed this evening to determine are they consistent with ensuring that we are focusing staff time and resources on the strategic plan that you've put before us. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda, but I just did also wanted to acknowledge, I know that we have committee members here this evening, And so I just wanted to thank you for your participation. I've had many discussions with several of you on a variety of different topics, and we're just thankful for your service. We know that you take your time and your energy and a lot of commitment, monthly meetings, sometimes more than monthly meetings, and you're looking at very significant public policy matters and issues, and your input is very important to us. We've read all of the public comments that were submitted, and we will address many of those this evening in the staff report. But I just wanted to say to Flo Martin, Rick Huffman, Wendy Leese, Ralph Taboda, Tom Arnold, Jen Tanaka, and Andrew Barnes, and I hope I didn't miss anybody who's in the audience or on Zoom, that we really enjoy working with you. Thank you for being here this evening. We look forward to the input. Council, hopefully you will be able to give us some good feedback on these recommendations. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Green, our city clerk.
Thank you. Let me make sure the PowerPoint's up on Zoom. Could we please put the PowerPoint up on Zoom? There we go. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. Tonight, for your consideration, is reviewing committee statement of work and to provide direction on any changes. The committee goals should be in furtherance of the council's goals and objectives. Additionally, staff has suggestions for your review pertaining to a committee's compliance with the Brown Act and overall efficiency of our organization. All right. We serve our community with these core values always foremost in our minds: compassion, innovation, sustainability, collaboration, integrity, and inclusion. For our committees are pivotal to our success. They provide input and recommendations on a variety of topics, including City Council's adopted strategic plan goals and objectives. The committees enhance community engagement and participate on major policy issues. And I just do have to say it is energizing to see so many members of the public wanting to be involved in Costa Mesa. Many cities have trouble recruiting for committees and a lack of public participation. So we are very fortunate here in our city. Objectives of this review. It's been a long time since committees and the policies concerning them have been reviewed, well over 10 to 11 years. Laws have changed a lot during the last 10 years, and we need to ensure any activities do not inadvertently violate new regulations or laws. And it is best practice that these be reviewed routinely. We have an overview of our structure here. The committees are an advisory body that provides feedback and recommendations to the City Council and commissions. This graph here lists our current committees and their ad hoc committees. The Active Transportation Committee has 5 ad hoc committees. The Finance and Pension Advisory Committee has 3 ad hoc committees. Fairview Park, Animal Services, and Historic Preservation Committees have 1 each. Ad hoc committees are a subset of the whole committee. And tonight, when we refer to ad hoc committees, it is inclusive of the terms subcommittees, working groups, and ad hoc committees. There's different terminology. We're going to go over a little bit of each of the committees and their structure and their goals. The first is the Active Transportation Committee. It has 11 regular members and 2 alternates. This focuses on the review and update of the city's master plan of bikeways and improvements to be made to bikeways in the city, evaluates the bikeability and walkability of the city in order to make recommendations for improvement to the City Council. All right. The Active Transportation Ad Hoc Committees are the Active Transportation Plan Ad Hoc Committee, the Open Street Ad Hoc Committee, the Pedestrian Master Plan Ad Hoc Committee, Economic Growth Ad Hoc Committee, Education and Safety Training Ad Hoc Committee, and each of these ad hoc committees usually contain 3 members. The next committee is the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, which is 9 members. Several of their goals are reviews, of course, the city's financial documents and statements, and annually reviews the city's investment policy and recommends any changes. Any reviews the investment portfolio to ensure compliance with the approved investment policy. The Finance and Pension Committee has 3 ad hoc committees: the Appropriations Ad Hoc Committee, the Pension Investments Ad Hoc Committee, and the General Fund Revenue Ad Hoc Committee. And these ad hoc committees generally contain 3 members also. The Fairview Park Steering Committee consists of 7 members and 2 alternates and 1 ex officio member. Several of the goals include provides advice to the City Council regarding implementation of the Fairview Park Master Plan, and provides recommendations to the City Council on proposed capital improvement projects in compliance with Measure A. They also provide advice on the interpretive guide and regulatory sign program for the park, including cultural and biological resource information and the park's history. The Fairview Park has 1 ad hoc committee, which is the Annual Report Ad Hoc Committee. The Animal Services Committee has 7 members and 2 alternate positions, each serving 2-year terms. This committee provides the city with recommendations to improve animal services throughout the city, including pet licensing, animal shelter, adoption services, and responsible pet ownership. This committee supports animal-related community events such as pet adoptions, vaccination clinics, microchipping, etc. The Animal Services Ad Hoc Committee is the Beekeeping Ordinance Ad Hoc Committee. The next committee is the Housing and Public Services Grant Committee. It consists of 9 regular members and 1 alternate position, each serving 2-year terms. This promotes community understanding of the activities funded by the U.S. Housing and Urban Development and Community Development Block Grants with a focus on social services grants. This committee rates and ranks the applications for CDBG public service grants, developing the funding recommendations for the City Council. That committee does not have an ad hoc committee. The Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee consists of 9 members. This committee is a little unusual on makeup. It has 2 mobile home park owners or the representative, 5 mobile home park resident owners, and 2 independent citizens at large. This committee helps to improve the quality of life in mobile home parks and to review matters concerning mobile home parks through healthy communication with park owners, manufactured homeowners, and the City Council. This committee has no ad hoc committee. The Traffic Impact Fee Committee. This committee consists of only 5 appointed members, and these serve 4-year terms. And 1 represents the Chamber of Commerce, 1 representing major developers, and 1 representing small developers, and 2 at-large positions. And this committee meets as needed during the year to fund the necessary transportation circulation improvements, to review the fees related to those. It has no ad hoc committee. The Historical Preservation Committee has 9 members and 2 alternates. Tonight, staff is requesting for the City Council to direct staff to facilitate an agreement with the Costa Mesa Historical Society and then possibly to dissolve the committee. We currently have an agreement with the Historical Society for use of their building at Lions Park. The agreement would be to modify the current agreement to include some of the functions of the committee while extending their term. We've been having discussions with the Historical Society, and we would have to finalize details on that agreement and then bring that back to council. The Historical Society serves as a valuable resource to our city, and the hope would be to strengthen that partnership for the future. And tonight, Mr. Minter is available for questions on this matter. The Historical Preservation Committee has one ad hoc committee, the Social Media Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you. Tonight, staff has some recommendations for you. Staff requests that the City Council consider adjusting the committees to consist of 7 members, except the Access, Building, Fire, and Housing Board of Appeal and the Traffic Impact Fee Committees, which shall continue to consist of 5 members. This aligns with the membership of commissions and the City Council, and will allow each council member the opportunity for one selection to a committee. To alleviate any perceived Brown Act violations, allow committee members to participate on only one commission or committee at a time. We request that the City Council reconsider alternate committee members. We found that the role of the alternate positions are unclear, as they are precluded from voting but encouraged to participate in activities that influence our policy and our recommendations. So either we'd like further direction on that. Also for your consideration, staff is proposing an alternative that if 2 or more committees have overlapping purview, there should not be any common members on these committees. For example, if a member serves on FIPAC, this should be their only committee, because under their purview on this committee pretty much touches all other committees and aspects of the city. Proposed ad hoc committee revisions. Consider limiting the number of ad hoc committees to 1 at a time, unless due to special circumstances. We found that having multiple ad hoc committees runs counter to the Brown Act's requirements that all decisions of a body be made at an open public meeting after discussion of the full committee. We also recommend that ad hoc committees be set for a certain duration of time, not unlimited, and we request to not exceed 6 months. This will help ensure that ad hoc committees do not inadvertently become standing committees and thus violate the Brown Act. Just want to do a really quick overview of the Brown Act highlights. It has more, as each year goes by, we get more requirements under the Brown Act. But the Brown Act assures transparency for residents to remain informed, requires that public agency actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. It allows the public to know what is being discussed, as the agenda must include a brief general description of each item. Very easy ways to violate the Brown Act, in which we need to be constantly aware of, is especially with informal discussions between members, especially cross members on committees, or members that are on several committees, on emails and on texts. It's very easy nowadays with our social media programs. Consequences of Brown Act violations have become more stricter through the years. And our city attorney, Ms. Barlow, is available to speak to this further later on, but includes nullification of any committee or city council actions, criminal sanctions for intentional violations, and adverse media attention and perception of backdoor meetings that are influencing recommendations outside of publicly noticed meetings. Regarding meeting dates and times, staff recommends committee meetings be scheduled to no more than bi-monthly, that's once every 2 months, and suggests limiting committee meetings to no more than 2 hours. Staffs recommend no special committee meetings shall be held without prior authorization from the city manager, and this to ensure staff adheres to the city council's strategic plans, stated goals, and timelines therein. Our conclusion tonight brings us full circle to a few of our core values: collaboration and inclusion. Committees are integral in providing their feedback and recommendations to you, and the notice public meetings enhance public participation and community engagement. This provides the collaboration that ensures outstanding public policy. Then also integrity, promoting our transparency at all levels of our organization to ensure compliance with state laws. It is also a best practice to review city policies and identify areas of improvement. Again, this has not really been reviewed for over 10 years. The recommendations contained herein are to assist in streamlining committee activities, promoting transparency, and to ensure compliance with state laws. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions. The department directors have joined me, and they can answer questions as it pertains to their certain committees.
Council, any questions? Yes. Do you want any questions? No questions? Yeah.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go down the list of questions I have, and then anyone can hopefully answer some questions for the public and for my council peers. So my first question is, what's the actual purpose of committees? Are they supposed to delegate to staff? Are they supposed to recommend to council? What's the actual purpose of committees?
No, our committees are advisory committees. They should not be directing staff. They should be reviewing items that council has approved in their goals and objectives, in furtherance of council's goals and objectives that are brought to them.
Okay, so their job is to review. So in the ideal world, what does that look like? And we can use any committee. I mean, if we want to use active implementation, we can use that one. What are they supposed to be reviewing?
I can start that.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Chavez, when we formed the Agricultural Committee earlier, many years ago, it was to in the early stages of development of an active transportation plan. We never had a plan like that before. So the goals of the committee was to help develop a plan, and subsequently another goal was added to review recommendations on active transportation and provide input to recommendations to City Council. So the committee was active in. We spent many days or during the months coming up with the plan. The goals and objectives that went into the general plan eventually for the active transportation plan. Later on, other activities of the committee included the pedestrian master plan. That's the subsequent plan to the bicycle portion of the active transportation plan that they provided input on. So it's basically council goals or council projects that the committee helps in pushing forward.
Okay, so they're kind of creating these plans, reviewing these plans for our approval. Obviously, there was a shift at some point if we have members of committees directing staff. When do we know when we started being directed by committees? Do we have a general sense of when this started happening? It's okay. The answer is no. It's okay. It's okay.
No, I can respond to that. I mean, I don't know what the genesis was, but I can share with you that when I arrived at the city and I was engaging with staff and the department heads on their work, the reports, on the requests that were being made, I found that it was not in alignment with my previous experience on committee work in two ways. And we've been working with the committees just to make sure that we're all aligned. So one area was the feeling that a committee is an oversight body. So that is something that we've been talking about extensively at the staff level and helping to educate the committees that their role is advisory and it's not as an oversight body. And that's for a very important reason, which is we never want to put a member of the public in the position where they would have some sort of either perceived or real liability, any kind of issue, because this committee is taking on, quite honestly, the role of me, right? I am authorized and you have directed me to be responsible if there are things that end up being in litigation or something else. And so staff's responsible for that, and the council is. And we have insurance, and we have protections, and we have training to make sure that we're being very careful about engaging in any level of risk. So it's very important that we don't expose any members of the public to any liability by stating that they have an oversight responsibility that is statutorily someone else's. So for example, in Carol's area, she, as the city's treasurer, has specific duties, responsibilities, and authorities. And she's the only one who has them. She has authorities that not even I have, for example, at being the city treasurer. And so it's a lot of responsibility, and it's a liability for the city for anybody else to take on that responsibility because that is singularly hers. And so there was some, I think, confusion about oversight. And then also, I think, in terms of directing staff on specific projects or activities and things of that nature. And that's city council gives direction to staff, and then the city manager implements it. And so I think in some probably smaller areas, we still have a little bit of that, but those are the major things that I saw. And then the ad hocs, for sure, was something different in terms of the number of ad hoc committees.
And I'm happy you mentioned the ad hoc, 'cause that's actually what my next question was going to be. And again, if you don't know, it's okay to say we don't know, because I know staff doesn't always stay in cities, and they retire and they move on. Do we know when ad hocs or subcommittees started to surface?
I can answer that. I think it's been gradually. When I first came on board, we had maybe one or something through the years. Then each committee has developed ad hoc committees.
Okay. And then do these ad hocs meet separately with city staff, or what's the purpose of ad hocs in a committee?
I'll let the other department head speak to that.
Okay.
I'll go first. As the department that has 3 separate committees, we have the Fairview Park Steering Committee, the Animal Services Committee, and the Historic Preservation Committee. These ad hoc committees, or the kind of the short title was working groups, were developed over the years, kind of outside the confines of an actual formal committee. My understanding was, when I first came on board, I was, unfamiliar with the working group concept as it related to the Brown Act. And so that was one of the things going to the different meetings over the, my first couple of years, and kind of realizing, okay, this is something that I think needs a little bit more structure. I think by definition, and I'll defer to the city attorney, an ad hoc committee doesn't need a staff member present. However, it's always great for staff to be present for those discussions, to hear what's going on, make sure the topic stays relevant, and that there aren't any other issues that maybe the committee members aren't familiar with. So I think it kind of went a little bit sideways with the working group title, and I think trying to rein those in and be able to focus on more project-specific ad hoc committees is a positive direction for the committees in my department.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Councilmember Chavez, one of the main concerns about the ad hoc committees is that ad hoc committees are supposed to be short-term, specific topic, less than a quorum bodies. They're not formally created by the legislative body, or if they are, they're very short-term. What I'm seeing is that these sometimes appropriate ad hoc committees have evolved or extended into standing committees. Under the Brown Act, a standing committee is itself a separate legislative body subject to the Brown Act. That requires staff, that requires agendas, that requires posting and notice. So it essentially is it's sort of like the committees creating their own legislative bodies beneath them on topics that are of continuing interest or continuing jurisdiction. And that's where some of these problems that came to my attention and caused me to be concerned and raise it to the city manager.
So, I mean, let's just hit in the nail. Like, what's the effect, or what's the by effect of us violating the Brown Act through committees?
Well, an intentional violation of the Brown Act is a misdemeanor. But the other consequences are that the actions can be nullified, It's that we have to make decisions over again. My preference would be that the committees do what the council is obligated to do, and that is to hold their meetings in public, to have their discussions as a whole, and to deliberate and make recommendations after public input and to the council. There's nothing wrong with the committee saying, hey, we need information on such and so. And if staff is available to provide that, or if there's a member of the committee who wants to go off and do that research, bring it forward to the public meeting, discuss it with all of the committee members at that public meeting. There's nothing wrong with that. That happens all the time. But when we have separate groups going off and having coffee or whatever and talking about the items, especially when they may be on multiple subcommittees or multiple ad hoc committees or working groups or whatever title they're being given, or if they're on multiple committees, it really just gives it does away with the entire notion of transparent public decision-making, for one thing. And I think that's something that we hear a lot about up here. But more importantly, it is a violation of the Brown Act, and it can lead to some serious consequences. One of the things I don't ever want to have is having the district attorney investigating us for violating the Brown Act.
Thank you. And I think I want to just go off of that a little bit. You mentioned the meetings, and I'll just jump with that thread of thought. I noticed we've removed Zoom participation from the committees. Why was that done?
Let me start that, and maybe Brenda, city clerk, can add to that. So when the governor's emergency ended, we stopped doing having the meetings over Zoom. Having as control of Zoom monitoring, that requires an additional staff member to be present to be able to manage this. I have seen instances where we have this kind of hybrid meetings where sometimes people are not heard in time. So those are those items, and we felt for committee meetings, it's better to have it in person and have the discussions in one place.
And yes, I agree with that. And also, we've been working on technology in conference room 1A and the community room. And as you know, through closed session, we're not quite there yet with the technology.
Okay. And then
We keep experiencing difficulties.
Okay, so just to reiterate, I think I heard you say that it's because the COVID state of emergency is being lifted, and the Zoom component was based off of that? Or is it just...
Well, the remote meeting exception that we had under the emergency is gone. So we can't have committee members or commissioners appearing remotely. It's a separate issue from the public, which I think staff addressed. But in terms of members, unless it qualifies as an emergency or that type of thing under the new law, or it's been noticed that way, which involves significant amount of time, notice, etc. We just can't do it anymore.
Got it. Okay.
So council members, way back in 2017, I appeared in a couple of Zoom meetings. I was on vacation, and it's pretty cumbersome. So you have to notice where exactly you are, and then you have to post the agenda wherever you are. You have to make certain announcements at the meeting, and you have to be open to the public. So theoretically, somebody from the public can come in. Mm-hmm. And so even for a council member, and we had I remember Mansour one time was Zoom, was it not a Zoom, but a conference call?
Yeah.
And mine was conference call too, it wasn't Zoom. But it's just very, very cumbersome under the Brown Act.
Got it. Okay. And then, just because we're on the Zoom lens, will council meetings and planning commission meetings still have the Zoom call-in for residents?
Yes, we have continued to we have the technology here in the council chambers that is up and running. So we have included that language on our agenda that the Zoom participation is still being, as a courtesy, we're still continuing with that. We're not required to anymore, but as a courtesy we are. But just in case for some reason Zoom goes down for a reason, we can still continue the meeting in this building.
Got it. So basically, just to reiterate, it's a combination of us losing those emergency powers, let committee members Zoom in, and then it's the fact that the room they meet in doesn't have the capabilities for Zoom call-ins.
Not the committee meetings right now.
Okay, thank you. Just three more questions. I'll try to go quicker. Why do staff, why do directors have to attend all the committee meetings? I was asked that during the weekend.
I think it's important that as directors we attend, and I attend as many as I can. And there are a lot of important decisions that are being made or discussed during the meetings, and I want to be privy to that. And it's also, I feel it's from, even from the committee, I think they have it's better for them if I am there because I've been involved with this committee since it started. So I have a lot of history with this committee and been involved in pretty much every major decisions that happened.
Okay, thank you. So basically just to make sure that you're up to date on what they're working on for your own department's sake and, okay.
And also I provide appropriate direction to the staff at appropriate times whenever it's needed.
Okay, last two questions. Do we know when the policy was created that only the council liaison appointed all the members of the committee? And again, it's okay if you don't know.
Could you repeat your question
Yeah,
again?
do we know when the practice started of the primary council liaison being the only person to appoint members of a committee? So I know historically when we've done votes, it's only the head liaison that approves the entire committee.
I think that it's changed through the years.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty much how council wishes it to be. Because we used to do it by drawing numbers. And then I believe when Katrina Foley was here, I think she recommended that the liaisons do it, and it was agreed upon at that time to make the recommendations.
Okay.
So like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe?
Okay, and that kind of just answers my last question, which is like, when's like how often do we like overview or change the committee structure or how they operate? So it seems like anytime council wants to change the way we make appointments or the size, it gets addressed, correct?
Correct. Council can bring it forth anytime. You can bring it forth. We've brought forth changes when we're doing committee appointments. We've dissolved. When we've done committee appointments, we've dissolved some committees prior. So you can bring it forth annually, but you haven't done a full review for a good 10 years. It's just kind of piecemealing.
So it's kind of time for a big review. Okay, well, thank you everyone for your patience with my questions and answering them thoroughly. I really appreciate it. Look forward to seeing what my council peers have to ask.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes, thank you. So it looks like here we have eight committees, is that correct? And do all these ad hoc committees, they all take up staff time for whatever it is they're doing, right? Someone from staff has to be present at every one of these ad hoc committee meetings?
Yeah, that's the direction we're trying to take it. I think, historically, the working groups may have been meeting without staff present. I think by definition, as the city attorney mentioned, an ad hoc committee isn't required to have staff, but we always encourage our staff to try to attend those meetings, yes.
So if we don't recognize them,
just on traffic, on the agri transportation committee, staff does not attend the ad hoc committee meetings, but they do report on a month, on whenever we meet on the ad hoc committee items. There are occasions when there may be issues with the ad hoc committee or there may be questions that the committee will ask either me or a staff member, but we don't attend the meetings.
Okay. Is the result of their meetings, does the result of their meetings take up staff time? Like when they're done and they have, do they give you guys directives or anything like that, these ad hoc committees? I'm kind of looking at you because I know that some of this is towards you, but this is kind of a generalized question.
Currently, the Fairview Park Steering Committee has the ad hoc committee to do their annual report. There's been members working on that report. For that particular committee, they had not met with staff to prepare their report. They're going to be submitting it to staff to review prior to putting it on the agenda for the full committee to review. So yes, staff are involved in that process.
Okay, just for the Fairview Park Steering Committee ad hoc report, right?
That was one example, yeah.
Okay, because I see a whole bunch of them, so I'm just trying to figure out how many of these actually take up staff time, because this looks like a time consumer. So that's kind of like my question. This is just taking up a lot of staff time.
I think the goal, for a couple of my committees is that I've had over the years these working groups that may have been meeting without staff, but a lot of progress wasn't made on some of their goals. And I think the challenge is, how can we make progress? We've heard frustration from some of the committee members about not making progress towards goals, and it's because I think they're spread thin and it's kind of hard to manage all the competing priorities. So by limiting it to one ad hoc committee, staff are able to focus their efforts on the regular agendas and then these ad hoc committee agendas the ad hoc committee meetings to really focus on a topic and put it to rest and bring it back before the committee. And then once that's complete, they can move on to the next ad hoc committee.
Could I add to that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council? The main thing I think that is triggered by ad hoc committees that aren't supposed to be ad hoc committees is that if we're doing it right, if they're truly standing committees, as some of these seem to be, then we should be agendizing it, posting that, having someone there to take minutes, to do all the things that you have to do with a Brown Act body. So I'm just looking at this list, and without delving into any detail about what these specific ad hoc committees are trying to accomplish, just by looking at the titles, a beekeeping ordinance ad hoc committee makes perfect sense to me. It's a small, focused group about one specific thing. It's not standing. They're not going to be talking about the beekeeping ordinance forever, right? But something where they're talking about something very broad, economic growth. I'm just picking one out. I'm not sure what that means. Are we looking at a short-term economic planning tool? Are we looking at, do you see the problem? They tend to morph into standing committees that have continuing jurisdiction over issues that are of certain importance to not only the council, but to the committee. But that makes them standing committees requiring staff time.
So then my question, I guess, would be, at what point does a temporary committee become a standing committee?
It's about subject matter and it's about time.
How much time?
It should be, first focus is subject matter. So, for example, there was a subcommittee of the council that dealt with working with the state on trying to develop options for the city to be involved in transfer, development, et cetera, of the Fairview Developmental Center. That was very specific to not ultimate build out or, so on. But what can we do to work with the state to, as it decommissions Fairview, to allow the city to be involved in that? It was short term. It was didn't have a regular meeting schedule. It was not a majority of the council. It has been dissolved. Its purpose was accomplished. It doesn't have continuing work to do.
Okay. So how many of these ad hoc committees would be considered standing committees? Is that an unknown? Is that like, there's no way, I mean, is it just gonna be like a vicious cycle, or they just keep reinventing themselves for whatever and retitling what I'm just trying to get this figured out, because I had no idea we had all these ad hoc committees. And I'll be honest with you, I hear a lot of people complain about our ad hoc committees. So you can't on one note complain about our ad hoc committees and then try and justify your own and say, well, I should have mine, you can't have yours. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here is, if you want to have an ad hoc committee, okay, how long should we have one for, and what purpose should they serve? And is it going to benefit the community? Is it going to take up staff time? Are we going to have them open to the public? All these questions that aren't really it seems like these ad hoc committees are kind of going around the rules. And I've been accused of that myself, of being on an ad hoc committee and going around the rules. So, okay, now I see the shoes on the other foot. So the solution is we dissolve all these ad hoc committees? That's a question. I'm not saying we should. Do we? That's kind of what we're looking at and exploring right now. I'm sure everyone who's on an ad hoc committee doesn't want to see their ad hoc committee dissolved. I respect that. But on the same note, if you're not following the rules or the laws or the guidelines, then by all rights, we shouldn't have an ad hoc committee for that. So what I'd like to find out is how many of these ad hoc committees would be perceived as a standing committee. And if they are a standing committee, then are they following the guidelines? And are they taking up staff time? I heard some people yell out, no, they're not. I don't know if they are or not, because I didn't know we had all these ad hoc committees. So in my opinion, I would say that there's rules that have to be followed if we're going to have ad hoc committees. What's going to stop these individuals from, if we dissolved all these ad hoc committees, what's going to prevent them from meeting on their own in private at a library or something?
Well, I can't physically stop anybody from meeting. What I would hope is that if we work with the committees to have a clear understanding of their scope and what the rules and limitations are, they can focus their attention. If there's a specific topic that they feel should be addressed by a subcommittee before it's brought to the full committee, they can have that. They'll have an option of having that. But it needs to be limited purpose, limited time. It can't be on something that is going to be constantly coming before the full committee. And that's what I see, just, again, based on titles only of some of these ad hoc committees. They don't look like ad hoc committees to me. So if that's the case, then I think those issues that they are addressing at the ad hoc committee level, i.e. not publicly, should in fact be discussed by the entire committee publicly. That's what the Brown Act is for. And I would hope that if we tell them you can't do it that way, that they would comply.
Okay. All right, I think I have my questions for now answered. Hopefully no more questions pop up, but that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thanks. I'll come back to the subcommittees. I want to share some examples and ask some questions about what, sort of is and isn't within the sort of bounds of the Brown Act. But higher level questions. So we heard that we've not looked at our committee policy for at least 10 years, right? The last time we reviewed the committee's scopes, about the same timeline, hasn't been, certainly not since I've been on the dais have we looked at the scope of the committee.
Yes, for the older committees, as we've created, we did review we used to have two committees, the Finance Committee and the Pension Committee. And I think it was like 6 years ago, maybe, then we reviewed it and combined.
Yeah, okay.
So
In our policy, when I was looking at revisiting that, first time I'd read it, it looked like that's supposed to be an annual process. right? Which I think a lot of the stresses that we're sort of experiencing right now and kind of outputs and challenges are probably in large part due to us not revisiting that
It's
every
been
year.
gradually escalating, probably,
Yeah, okay,
yes.
Okay. In the staff report mentions the committee handbook, which outlines some of the policies and procedures, the rules, the Brown Act and so on. My understanding is that is being updated. What is the timing of that update?
Pretty much, it's pretty close to being done. We were waiting till after this meeting, and then the city manager can review and incorporate any changes into it.
Okay, yeah, I did see a draft version, and our department lists are pretty out of date and everything too. Okay,
Yes,
so that's
no, it's pretty much ready to go.
close to done for
That's
a
way out
committee
of date,
handbook
yes.
update. Okay. Both the handbook and the policy mention a work program, annual work program for each committee. Have we been doing that? I haven't seen it. Do any committees do that? I know the committees that I'm sort of actively engaged in haven't done that.
The committees have been incorporating that in their annual report on what they've been meeting on and what they've been working on.
Okay. The policy describes a process where I think it ultimately comes from the staff liaison, but I think it sort of stems from committee communication, that there's a work plan that outlines what are the goals for the upcoming year that then comes to council and council reviews and approves. That hasn't happened since I've been on council. I just want to make sure. Okay.
I don't believe so.
That I haven't missed something. Okay.
No, you have not.
I think that's a really important practice that we haven't been doing, that we should start doing, implementing our current policy. Do we have, I think that is the process, but let me ask this second question. What is our process for aligning committee work with our council goals and priorities?
I'll let the director speak to that.
I'll do that. I'll jump in. I think therein lies the rub.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. We don't have one. That's okay. That's our answer, right? That's
I
something that needs to be
think
fixed.
it's on an I don't want to use the word ad hoc. It's sort of an as you go kind of exercise. But I think that's why we're bringing it tonight is, do we feel like the structure that we have currently and the ad hocs that we have currently, are those aligned as best as they could be with the strategic plan goals and objectives? And I, as your city manager, I'm not convinced that that's the case. It doesn't mean that it's not meaningful work.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that it's not well intended. It doesn't mean that we're rejecting, community input. I just know that you've given us a roadmap, and some of these activities, topics, and this level of work associated with some of the committees, and then the subcommittees, which even if we're not attending the ad hoc committee meetings, we should be providing information if it's requested that would help in those deliberations. I'm assuming they're working on something that eventually would become a council recommendation. So if we are, at some point, that's the whole point of the committee, is to provide recommendations. And so if those activities, topics are not aligned with the goals, priorities, and objectives that you've outlined for us, then there is a disconnect. And so we're kind of handling it on a, I'll see a department head, I'll hear about a specific issue, and we'll try to kind of troubleshoot it. But I think the ad hoc committee structure, I think, complicates this and magnifies the disconnect between the work that's involved in the committee work and the work that's involved in meeting your overall objectives, quite honestly, because the more subcommittees, the more opportunity for additional flow of information and data and discussion back and forth on these different, again, doesn't mean that they aren't valuable or that they're not legitimate topics. It's just not necessarily aligned. And so we need to realign that. And I think addressing the ad hoc committee structure will help.
So we're acknowledging that there's probably some misalignment or not a perfect alignment with what's the work that's being done in the committees and council goals and priorities.
Yes, and I would say
we review our council goals and priorities every year, right? And we haven't reviewed the committee scope for 10 years.
Right.
Makes sense that they're misaligned, right? I think our goals and priorities have probably changed quite a bit from the last 10 years. We have this in our policy to do this annual work program review, if we were doing that, if we implemented that part of our policy, re-implemented it, right, sort of enacted that practice, do you think that would solve is there a reason that wouldn't solve the issue of aligning committee scope with council goals and priorities?
I think that's an element, but I think it's more than that. I think it is also a couple of other factors, including the number, obviously, of the ad hoc committees, because the more you have, the more projects, activities, work there is that's associated with that committee. And in a very specialized committee, I mean, most committees are going to be specialized by nature anyway. I mean, that's because you want subject matter expertise, or you want a concentrated group of people to deal with a particular issue and public policy initiative. And so the extent that you have subcommittees in these very sort of specialized areas, it just tends to increase and create a proliferation of work that's happening in addition to whatever it is that you've outlined for us. And so it does create more output and more work around that particular initiative, which may not be your intent. And so let's take, for example, active transportation, just for the sake of discussion. That is absolutely a council priority. But the extent to which staff is engaging in either preparing for the committee meetings or providing information on the subcommittees, there's also work in the remainder of the Public Works Department that Raja needs to focus on, and Jennifer Bratencio, and Sung, if he's involved in some of these conversations as well, with all the parks projects that we're trying to do, the facilities that we need to enhance, the streets that we need to pave to continue to get $10 million in state funding, and all of those other activities. And so with limited staff time and resources, have we become misaligned in terms of not just priorities, but also focus of resources?
Okay, yeah, so there's a alignment with sort of what the committees are doing, and then how, what is the appropriate effort in terms of allocating staff time to that work. Both, I think, of which probably could be addressed in a sort of annual work program, maybe with some other controls. Is it possible to, define those? So the work program, I think, in maybe you can pull up the language, but in the policy, it was sort of a proposal for the goals for the year, that it could include a proposal for the ad hoc committees for the year, right, to achieve those goals.
Councilmember, I have not seen the results of a process where we've done that to be able to really answer that question, because my concern is that becomes a sort of ground up direction of staff work, whereas you decide the council priorities and I try to implement them with the staff, and the staff works with the committees to do that. And so as long as that's a different structure as opposed to what this work plan can. I'm not accustomed to work plans from committees as opposed to their just understanding the scope, the role, the responsibilities, and then working with staff to work on your goals and responsibilities within that scope and helping to make those things happen in a way that the community really enjoys, feels is consistent with what they want, and they can give you feedback on. What's happening is it's more of a creating work that's outside some of the work that you are designating for us to do. Projects that take more than 4 hours, for example. Things that maybe if you deliberate on the floor, it's a nice to have, but it's not a must have at this moment. Maybe it's something we do in 3 years, but it's not something that needs to be done in the next 6 months. Okay. And so I'm reluctant to say that I agree and that I believe that the work plan is the solution, because I think what we have is a situation where a work plan could inadvertently drive work away from your strategic plan goals and objectives. And so I'm not saying that it can't be a solution. What I'm most concerned about is inadvertent Brown Act violations, which we don't want to put anybody in the position of that happening, and then making sure that staff time and resources are focused on council goals and priorities, and that we work with the committees to make sure that they're giving feedback on your council goals and priorities and how staff is thinking about implementing them. And they could come and tell you, we agree, we disagree, we think it should be a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that. But it always be aligned with your council goals and priorities first and foremost.
So the language in I'm looking at the handbook, the draft handbook. Staff liaison shall prepare a status report on the work plan by the end of March each year. This report will be included with the April appointment requests for review by City Council. This status report includes evaluation of the previous year's progress. We usually get that. But then number 2 is delineation of the upcoming year's program goals and objectives. So that is a process for council to review, discuss, and then approve or not, maybe descope some of the program goals and objectives. So anyways, I just wanted to understand whether that had been happening in any other committees. It sounds like that has maybe happened at the committee level, but has not been coming up to City Council for review each year for the purposes of alignment and understanding the allocation and awareness, right, of scope expanding, right, or diverging. Okay. I know when we appoint new committee members, and I think even existing committee members go through an annual training on the Brown Act and maybe harassment training. Do they get any other training, or they get the handbook?
Yes, they haven't received the handbook's been out of date, and we've been working on it, and the pandemic hit and stuff, so things have been put on hold.
Yeah.
But yes, with our city attorney's office, they do the Brown Act, the harassment, and then they also include in their parliamentary procedure, and we've attended different committee meetings as individuals and done trainings on.
Okay, but we haven't. I didn't realize we haven't shared the handbook since it's out of date.
No, we haven't been because it is so out of date.
Okay. Okay.
And that is one of
glad
our
we're updating
priorities.
that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and so then going to the ad hoc committees, I want to describe maybe a little bit of history as I understand it. And then I'll ask a few questions on examples for the ad hoc committees. So I think as long as I've been up here at the dais with my council member hat on, many of the committees that I've again engaged with had I think what we realized were standing committees, right? Sort of regular committees that worked on particular aspects. One, for example, on the Active Transportation Committee was a community engagement subcommittee, right? Which was charged with, look at the events in the community that we can be at to promote active transportation, to engage people, collect input. And when there were events, that was the group of volunteers who got the kit, right, the tarp, the table, and so on, a few little trinkets, and was out at those events. Was it 6 months ago or so that we realized that we had this issue with ad hoc standing committees? We'll just say 6 months ago or so. I think it might have been a little bit less than that. We realized, oh goodness, we've created standing committees, and there's very specific rules for standing committees. What we probably don't want to have that because it is something that needs to be noticed, requires staff to be there. What we can have are ad hoc committees, which, as the city attorney described, and as I understand, are very specifically scoped committees with timelines. And so what happened with the Active Transportation Committee was they reviewed their list. That communication or community engagement committee that I mentioned no longer exists because we said that's not an ad hoc task, right? So then now there's no focused effort on general community engagement. They looked at their list, the unofficial work plan, right, and created ad hoc committees. And each of the ad hoc committees does have, it's not included in the staff report here, but it does have a specific scope and a specific timeline. The last one on the list here, education and safety training, I'm not going to know this verbatim, but this was a committee, the ad hoc committee that was created specifically for the purpose of outreach and engagement with our schools, for the purposes of developing that relationships for our bike to school events and walk to school events. This was something that we realized our staff were spending a huge amount of time on, to connect with the principals, to connect with parents, to get the schools to sign up for those events. And so we said, these committee members are parents at the schools, their neighbors are parents at the schools. Let's use committee member time to develop those relationships, to facilitate those bike to school events and walk to school events. So that's a defined ad hoc committee, and they set the timeline. I think it was for the end of October, because walk to school day is in October. So they said, let's do that, and then that ad hoc committee effort is done at the end of October. Is that an appropriate ad hoc committee?
Well, I guess it depends on how you interpret the scope and direction for the committee. I actually have up on my screen, because you got me curious, and this is just what's on our website. I don't have the whole kit and caboodle of what the...
I don't know if the ad hoc committee definitions have made it there. They probably should be.
No, this is for the committee as a whole.
Okay.
The mission of the committee is to focus on the review and update of the city's master plan of bikeways and improvements to be made to bikeways in the city, and evaluate the bikeability and walkability of our city in order to make recommendations for improvement to the city council. It's not a problem for them to be involved in events like, what you're talking about,
Yep.
Bike to School Day.
Yep.
That's not really within the scope of their committee per se.
Sure.
There's nothing preventing them from engaging with principals and others involved in the schools. The concern that the Brown Act is about is not getting together and planning an event. It's not making connections in the community to help facilitate that event. It's not ironing tablecloths or making banners or any of that kind of stuff that is the concern of the Brown Act. The concern of the Brown Act is policy discussions that are happening outside of the public purview. So if they're engaging with the principals and the parents and so on in an effort to facilitate Bike to School Day, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. And they don't, frankly, need an ad hoc committee of their committee to do it. They can do that as long as they don't discuss the policies and the things that are within the scope of their committee while they're engaged in that other activity. It's not a problem.
So that's really helpful. Let me use another example, which I think maybe edges closer towards ad hoc. But that's really helpful, because I think you make the really good point that what I described for the Education and Safety Training ad hoc committee isn't actually within the current scope. We should probably decide, should they be doing it, or should the scope change, since the scope is 10 years old, right? But helpful to know that doesn't even need to be an ad hoc committee. How would you recommend, if that was in the scope of the committee and was a council valued exercise of the committee, how would we operate that? Would there just be someone sort of designated to be the lead who gives updates at committee meetings, or? Because that's how the committee would operate. They would reach out to the schools. They have a list of the schools who we've made contact with. They're trying to make sure there's contact with everyone, and then they bring a report back to sort of check in on status to the broader committee.
Well, I guess, typically when you talk about things like establishing education and safety training programs, that's a staff function. What this committee, and when I say this committee, I mean the ATP committee, their role in that can certainly be to, for example, we want to look at what the best practices are for specific thing. Then that could be something that you task them with.
Okay.
As a council. Staff would prepare reports, gather information, present it to them, and then they could make recommendations. but facilitating community engagement is not really a committee function in that sense, in terms of we want more people to know about of course we want more people to know about the Bike to School event. We can tell anybody we want to tell about the Bike to School event.
Yeah.
We don't have to have any sort of committee of the ATP to do that. If there, and maybe a better example might be the pedestrian master plan. That, to me, is something where you could legitimately have an ad hoc committee. We have a pedestrian master plan that we are preparing or that we need input on. It's a fixed thing. It's not going to be a committee that's going to review it every year and carry on its task, right? It's going to be, we will, as a matter of our expertise, work with staff to gather information so that staff can make recommendations, we can hear from subject matter experts, whatever it is, and then make recommendations about what should be in the pedestrian master plan.
Yep.
That could be a perfectly legitimate ad hoc committee.
Okay. So another example, the Economic Growth Ad Hoc Committee, and I agree, the name is probably, I think the name was just sort of carried over. It's a very vague name. That group is tasked with outreach to the business community, restaurant owners, retail owners, land owners, to get input on how to encourage them to install bike racks, and input on a bike-friendly business program. And so that group, I think it's 3 people, meet on their own. They've, I don't know what the number is, I'll say dozens, it's probably more than that. Dozens of community, they've done sort of door knocking in retail establishments in the city to get input, right? To shape a recommendation for potential policies in terms of engaging the business community in supporting walkability and bikeability. So that sounds like ad hoc.
Well, I guess...
Forget what the timeline is, but they have
I guess what I would say is that any member of the committee can go and talk to any business and get input and bring it back to the full committee. I'm not sure there is a need to have a subcommittee for the purpose of, those 3 people in particular reaching out to the business community or reaching out to the...
So they would just, in a regular meeting of the committee, they would just say, the 3 of us are going to volunteer to do this work.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're not discussing policy amongst themselves, if they want to go out and individually communicate with members of the business community or volunteer community, whatever it might be, and then bring that back to the full committee, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'd like to chime in here. And so I think, there's the issue of potential Brown Act violations, but then there's the issue, again, of staff time, resources, and also scope, either creep or scope appropriability, right, and role responsibility. And so this is a good example, the one that we're talking about right now, because if we had a subcommittee or an ad hoc committee or just a few members doing outreach to the business community, I think we just need to take it 3 steps ahead. So 2 things. One, what is going to be the outcome of that? Probably some recommendations that's going to come to staff. The staff will make to you at some point in time. But again, we're working on yet another aspect of the committee work that's, 1, not within the current scope. 1, 2, the entire council hasn't decided and deliberated beforehand that this is the kind of thing that you want us to work on. And so here we go with involving economic development people, and then Raja's going to be working on it too, and we're going to get the bike racks. And it's not that it's a bad thing. I personally love that idea in terms of great things to do in the city. It's directing staff time and work away from the council goals, priorities, and objectives. And it's even difficult for me to manage as a city manager, because then I turn around and I tell Raja, what do you mean that's happening? So how are we supposed to manage that? And how many businesses is it going to be? And do you have the bike racks for that? And if you don't, or am I supposed to go back to it's happening in a way that's circumventing your policy role here on the floor and how you're directing our time, our resources on all the myriad of things that you want us to do, not just this particular committee or this particular work, but everything that you are charged with actually overseeing, which is a pretty large scope for a municipal corporation. And again, it's not that any of these are bad ideas. These are actually great ideas, which is probably why we're in this predicament to begin with, because it's good work, but it's becoming more and more misaligned with what you've told us you want us to focus on, is taking more staff time and energy. And again, there's a bit of scope creep. There's also confusion about what's the role of staff and what's the role of the committees. And so because we are pressed for resources, we do like when committees can get the word out on things and all of that. But again, there are certain things that really are more appropriately a staff led or a staff project to do. We've even had instances where, committees or even, are communicating with regulatory agencies or applying for grants and things of that nature, and we're not aware of it, or we hear about it through the grapevine. And I think this is something that we really need to get a handle on.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I think it goes back to that sort of annual work program, the sort of impetus for the business outreach and the bike rack program. And in using that example is that we've realized that for a year or more, we've had unspent funds on bike racks. So this is funds that the council had allocated to install bike racks. We hadn't spent them, those funds, because we didn't know where to put them, right? So the question came up of, well, how can we engage, identify sites and engage retailers who would want to put them out? So the committee members said, let's do that. I see that as a direct extension of the work that council had already approved. It's helping to identify the location of a asset that we had already purchased. So anyways, just an example.
Councilman Reynolds, as City Attorney mentioned, if it's a matter of citing bike racks, that can be done by individual committee members at any time. I mean, I found this great business that needs a bike rack, and of course we'll help out in that. And we also launched a website where we are offering, and we're going to promote that every month almost, to make sure that businesses know of that availability of resources, for them to get a bike rack from us. And we're going to work with our art specialists to see if we can design different kinds of bike racks too. Yeah. So some things like that, definitely can be done, but does it need a committee to
Yeah, I think that's what I'm learning in this discussion, is that some of these things where the group maybe felt like they had to create an ad hoc committee for, they didn't actually need to create an ad hoc committee for. So I think there was an expectation that sort of any communication outside of the committee among committee members, and certainly there's always the Brown Act, had to be formalized. But, okay, that's a helpful discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Councilmember Harper, you've had your light lit.
I'll try and be quick.
Yes, of course.
Believe it or not. You know how many hours staff spends on all the committees, subcommittees, ad hoc committees? And I know you might not know that answer. It's okay. And I'll ask it a different way if you want. How many hours are you going to save by making these changes to staff time? That includes staff time at the meetings and staff time after the meetings, before the meetings. Any idea?
So, Councilman Harper, for the ad hoc committees, at this point, we really don't attend those meetings, so we don't spend the time attending the meetings. But we do, hear back reports from the committees, from the ad hoc committees at the committee meeting. For the committee meeting itself, we do spend time preparing for the committee meetings beforehand.
Raja, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to respect everybody's time here, and they're all tired, and I'm tired too. Just, if you don't know, I'm just looking for hours.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to save time. I'm trying to help you justify that. Do you have any idea how much time all these changes will save you in staff time? And maybe it's worth a paid holiday? Possibly.
I knew you.
I'm just kidding. Sorry, I got a worse joke than that. I'm not going to do it.
I think from, taking one committee, just when you talk about the posting the agenda, just for the regular committee meetings, it's probably 10 hours, 12 hours the week before one meeting, and then it's minutes. We have to transcribe the minutes, put that together. Typically it's meetings with the chairperson prior to the meeting to make sure that the agenda is in order. It could take up 20 to 25% of a staff member's time. For an animal services committee, our program coordinator, Jessica, is attending the meetings, is bringing back, feedback, meeting with her supervisor, meeting with the manager on it. So it's a considerable amount of time.
Here's what I'd ask you to do, and I don't think it's that hard. If you go through every committee and write down how many hours does this take, rough, just total it up, send it to the council. I think they'd like to know, and then you know how many you're going to get rid of, and then you're adding something because you're going to add a staff person to your ad hoc committees, if I heard you correctly, right? Is that not true? It's not true.
If I can address that, I think to the extent that they're standing committees, we don't have an alternative.
You don't have a choice. So factor that in, and I think it'd be helpful for me to know. It could be ballpark. It'd be perfect. So I hope you appreciate the question. I want to know. You're trying to save staff time. Let's at least have measured it and know what you're saving through all this conversation. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. I thought that was a good question, actually. It was on my list. And I think is the time spent, and I know we don't really know or have calculated or quantified the time spent, and also the nature of the work. And what I'm hearing people say is, generally speaking, the nature of the work revolves around preparing for the meetings itself, and then doing the minutes to follow up on the meetings. And like the Animal Services Committee recently, there were actually 2 staff reports that were prepared for the Animal Services Committee. So there are staff reports prepared, just like the council meetings, for some of the items on the agenda. There are PowerPoints prepared for these meetings, and of course staff attends, and sometimes numerous staff members attend, right? And there's a question about whether that's necessary or not, but that's in the judgment of the director or the city manager or whoever it is that's making that decision. Okay, I have some very specific questions. Who are the liaisons for each committee? And you don't have to look up FIPAC or Animal Services, that's me. No, the council liaisons for each committee. Arliss is active transportation.
Right. Okay, Fairview Park, we have Councilmember Reynolds, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and Councilmember Chavez. Some of these have several. Finance and...
Is there like a primary?
No.
Okay. So who's for active?
We used to have primaries and alternates, and then that changed.
Okay, who's the active transportation?
The active transportation is Councilmember Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
And Councilmember Gameros. Okay.
Okay, and then what about mobile home?
Which one did you say?
Mobile home.
Mobile home is Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Chavez.
Okay, and traffic impact?
Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Harper.
Okay, and then historical?
So Councilmember Chavez, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and Councilmember Reynolds.
And
Housing and Public Service Grant is Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Harper.
okay, thank you.
And then we do have the traffic impact fee that just meets occasionally, and that is
Right.
Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, we had that already, thank you.
Oh, okay, that's right.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And the dates that the ad hoc committees are established, that's knowable because that's included in the minutes, correct? They do minutes, and then when they establish an ad hoc committee in the minutes,
Oh, in the
it'll
committee
indicate when it
minutes.
was established.
In the committee
Right.
minutes.
So I'm not going to ask you when each ad hoc committee was but that's a knowable fact.
Yes.
It's okay. And then is there any oversight to the city attorney's point? So you said one of the issues is it longstanding? Is there any oversight on an annual or otherwise basis to say, hey, this committee has been in place for more than 6 months, more than a year, anything like that? Do we do that now?
No.
Okay. When was the last time the city council reviewed the scope and purpose of the committees?
Well, so I've been here 11 years, and there's never been a full review of the committees.
Okay, that's a great answer. History, okay. How did it come about that there are some committees that have 9 members, some committees that have 7 members, and some committees that have 5 members?
When the committees were created, the council members at that time recommended, that how many committee members would be appointed.
Okay. And there's an issue about the length of the meetings of the committees, and this is for anybody who attends the meetings. How long do they usually last?
I think the shortest committee meeting has been about an hour, but we have had them go over 2 hours to 2.5, 3 hours. As long as we're not talking about things outside of the agenda, I think it's usually about 2 hours is a good average.
Okay. Okay, last question. What are the departments that support each one of the committees?
All right. So we have Animal Services Committee is Parks and Recreation, Parks and Community Services. Active Transportation is Public Services. Fairview Park is Parks and Community Services. Finance and Pension Advisory is the Finance Department. Historical, Parks and Recreation Services. Housing Public Service Grants Committee is Lee's Department, the Community Development Department. Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee is Community Development Department. Traffic Impact Fee is Public Services, Rajas.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you. Let's open it up to the public. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I respectfully ask that I have more than 3 minutes. I am in the unenviable position of being on 2 committees for since 2015. Last hour or so.
I'm not going to give you 3 minutes, but what I'll do is after you ask for that, I'm not going to give you more, but let's reset his time. So you could start with the full 3 minutes.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Let's reset his time. No, now you can go.
Thank you again. So I've heard a lot of misunderstandings up here, misinformation up here, assumptions up here. Again, last 8 years on 2 committees. I wish the council members would ask similar questions from your committee members. Some of the questions you've asked lets me know that the communication hasn't been that great between council and committees. You're getting all your information from staff, and staff has a point of view. Well, the committee members have a point of view. In January, city attorney and Brenda Green, city clerk, came to the Active Transportation Committee and said we need to have ad hoc committees. So we canceled all of our existing subcommittees and formed new ad hoc committees. I expected the next month at the FIPAC meeting to have ad hoc committees formed. No. So there's been no, as far as I know, the only committee that's actually formed ad hoc committees, quote unquote, is active transportation. Why hasn't FIPAC? Why hasn't Fairview Park? I don't know. They have their existing committees. They have it, FIPAC has not formed, quote unquote, ad hoc committees. They had subcommittees before January. They have subcommittees today. So what's going on there? The idea that all of these subcommittees take staff time, I think, is erroneous. The subcommittees, the bulk of the work gets done in the committees, in the subcommittees. And as Mr. Sethuraman mentioned, those subcommittees have met independently. They haven't required staff's input, or at times we'll have questions for staff, and we ask those questions during the committee meetings. Same thing with FIPAC. FIPAC has subcommittees. Those subcommittees have met without staff, and they work very fine without staff. If they have questions, they come to the committee meeting and ask questions. All of us, that I'm aware of, all the committee members I've worked with over the years, we've been very conscious of not trying to take up staff time. We understand staff is busy, and we try and ask questions that will allow us to work, quite frankly, independently, so that we don't take up staff time. And I just urge you to, I've had a whole thing prepared, comments prepared, but I just urge you council members, you liaisons, meet with your respective committees. Whether you want to meet with the full
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
Good evening again. Councilmember Chavez, thank you for your amazing question right off the bat, which was, why do we even have resident committees? And I love that you asked the staff that question, because despite this proposal's good intentions, this is the tail wagging the dog. These are your committees. They're committees of the city council. You should be setting what their priorities are and what their purposes are. It's essential that we use Times staff wisely. We are asking them to do so much, and they do such an admirable job doing it, and I know that the strain is substantial. And it is absolutely necessary that we conform to the letter and the spirit of the Brown Act. But the number one priority when determining the size, composition, meeting schedule, and structure of our committees should be the service of the city council. That should be the standard. Instead, this proposal sets staff time and engagement level as the standard. It has determined that we need exactly 6 meetings a year. They have to be exactly 2 hours long. That's how much time we have. Ad hoc committees used to be able to meet more often without taking up staff time, but now those are going to be substantially limited. And this is standards that apply across the board, no matter what the subject matter of the committee is, whether it's something that has lots of periodic, timely review, like FIPAC, or others that are entirely project-based. It doesn't matter. They all conform to the same standard. And and if this doesn't serve the goals established by the council for those committees, that doesn't seem to be a concern. If the proposed structure of our ad hoc committees risk Brown Act violations, then let's work within the Brown Act. And by all means, as a lawyer, I'd be fine if we just dropped the Brown Act language just right into our policy. I'm sure Ms. Barlow would actually love that solution. If the staff productivity is being negatively affected by committee commitments, we should discuss which staff members should be attending these meetings. And as I suggested in a letter I sent this morning, maybe the city council members themselves should sit on the committees as voting members. It's clear that there seems to be a disconnect about what's going on in the committees, and that's partially because some of the liaisons don't attend committee meetings. And I think it would be much improved if those council members were committed to the committees by showing up and having to vote. And if the resident committees are not producing value, then let's receive a report to the city council outlining the problems so that council can make the decisions. But the bottom line is that the city council and not the staff should be proposing these solutions. And per our existing policy, the city council and not the staff is entrusted with reviewing the work and evaluating the effectiveness of our committees, and they should be doing that every year. So this is an opportunity to fix this and make these your committees.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hold on one second. Stop her time. We need to get her microphone. Okay. Go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Cynthia McDonald again. You know, I had this whole thing prepared, but after listening to the misunderstanding, the misinformation, the lack of knowledge about how the committees work, you know, there's like really some things that have said that are insulting about the volunteers on these committees. And I'm not on any of the committees any longer, so I don't have a horse in the race. But really, you know, you've got all these suspicions about how we're somehow going out and plotting against the city, that we don't have the best interests of the city at heart. You know, we're all volunteers. We're not getting paid. We don't have any interest other than let's make the city better. You know, the staff report says you want to encourage participation by the residents. How do you encourage participation by the residents if you're cutting the members on the committee on such a large scale? That's not going to allow participation. If anything, it contradicts the statement in the report. And I went back and I listened to the previous council meeting, what the 3 council members requested. Nobody said, let's cut the number of committee members. The changes in the policy are ones that give unilateral power to the city manager. No mention of input by council liaisons, the chair, the members of the committee. Yeah, why haven't you gone and talked to your committee chairs, your committee members? Why haven't you gone and attended a meeting? I've never seen the city manager at an active transportation committee meeting. There's a few liaisons that haven't shown up. And with respect to, you know, not having a plan, you know, when I was on the active transportation committee, every year, and this was, Katrina started this, every year we had a meeting. What's our work plan? How are we following the work plan? What modifications need to be made to the work plan? This was with staff, the council liaison, the chair, and the vice chair. If the other committees aren't doing that, then you need to tell them to do it. Ad hoc committees. The reason why you have 3 people going out, getting together, is because we don't want duplicative effort. You don't want somebody going, okay, I'm going to go to all the bike shops in the city and I'm going to talk to them about this. You know, it's much simpler to have, okay, you're going to take 2 Wheels, 1 Planet. I'm going to take Specialized. That's why we get together, so you don't, you know, have everybody running all over with their heads cut off. It alleviates the work done by staff. Reports are given monthly at the meetings. Everybody knows what's going on. There's no vote that's taken by the ad hocs. They do research, they present information to the committees.
Sorry, time's up. Yeah, yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
You're looking at a little old lady in tennis shoes who has been rattling cages in this room for almost 50 years. I'm not exaggerating. I started participating in council meetings with public comments in the early 70s. Some 7 years ago, Mayor Steve Mensinger sat where you are, John, and he said at the end of the public comment, great, now let's get down to the business of the people. Let's get down to the people's business. That shook me up. So the very next council meeting, during public comments, I spoke directly to Steve. I told him, Steve, my family connections ended in communist Bulgaria, an authoritarian dictatorship where people like my grandfather were imprisoned for speaking up. Bulgarians were afraid I saw that personally when I was there behind the Iron Curtain. Bulgarians were voiceless. I told Steve, input from residents is the people's business. You will vote tonight to diminish the people's business. You will vote either to decrease or even eliminate many voices. Currently, of the 8 committees, only 3 meet monthly, 2 every other month, 1 quarterly, 2 as needed. Big wow. You will vote yea or nay to disband one of these committees completely and to decrease membership, eliminate alternates, limit meeting times and lengths of meetings, and restrict membership to only 1 committee. Council policy says provide valuable communication, blah, blah, blah. Facilitate recommendations from the community. According to the vote tonight, I hope you consider that. You will vote yea or nay to directly contradict this policy of public engagement. Please vote no on turning away from the people's business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. These policy changes are a solution looking for a problem. The current structure of committees is not the cause of current heavy workload for staff. Reviewing committee work plans and schedules is appropriate, but major policy changes from the top down is not needed. The work plans and schedules for each individual committee can be adjusted in a bottoms-up consultation with committee chairs, council liaison, and staff. This one-size-fits-all approach will disrupt and discourage citizen participation and input. The agenda report states clearly the importance of committees in advising the council on community decisions. The research, surveys, outreach, reports, and comments produced independently by committee members augments the work already being done by staff. The insights provided by residents is vitally important to broadening the focus of staff beyond their departmental tasks. Each committee is unique and should make its own recommendations regarding its size, alternates, meetings, and use of ad hoc subcommittees in consultation with staff and liaisons. The important planning in the next few years for major zoning changes and our general plan update will require advisory committees more than ever. Please budget for a robust committee system. In conclusion, these policy changes are overly broad. Thank you. Now, I have another minute. I was making notes, sitting and watching everybody struggle with this, and the lack of knowledge was amazing to me. I'm getting so upset. You're confusing mission statements with scope of work. All due respect to Ms. Barlow, she is unaware of how the committees have been working for all these years. You're overanalyzing, you're creating a problem where there is none. There's no examples of complaints about the Brown Act. We don't sit and make decisions. We only make recommendations. We're only advisory. This is a bunch of lawyer doublespeak. Excuse the lawyers on the dais. We were told at the Transportation Committee that ad hoc committees would not need to agendize their meetings so that we could have informal work.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Members of the
Hold on. You got it. Go ahead.
unanimously to receive and file this recommendation, this report. Your public servants, your servants. I'm a servant. I was up there for 8 years. My friends were different political parties, were servants. We volunteer not only on a committee, but on a subcommittee. And because, you know why? We care about the city. We care about the quality of life that we live and that we will hand on to the next generation. What you're doing is shifting citizen, volunteer participation, involvement to improve our quality of life, and you're shifting it to an administrative function without citizen involvement. The spirit of the Ralph M. Brown Act is transparency, public information. I've served on the FIPAC committee for a few years because I have knowledge of the budget, and I'm still interested in how our tax dollars are spent. I bring a degree of institutional knowledge that other people don't have. I have volunteered my time to train people on the FIPAC on my own time so that they understand the budget and how it works. We used to have a training manual for new members. We don't have that anymore. We try and solve problems and give you information so that you can make better decisions up there. We do the research. Ralph has researched the 115 pension, the trust for pensions. That was a recommendation that we gave to you, and so that we can set aside money. That took a lot of hours and a lot of planning, so it's not just, it doesn't go out into nowhere. A couple things, please do not pull back FIPAC to every other month. That's ridiculous. We have tried to figure out how to get ahead of the game so we can give you the information before, like in May or in April, so that you can contemplate it when you have to vote. It's a science. Also, as far as the ad hoc committees, we do not violate the Brown Act. We're not a majority of the committee, we're just 3, and that's not a majority of the committee. Of FIPAC. I'm also on the mobile home committee. We need that because, good grief, it took us like 5 years to, maybe 3 years, 4 years, to actually establish it, and then COVID happened. We haven't really been able to meet. I sent you an email, Arliss, because mobile home residents have issues regarding their parks, and a lot of times the managers don't address those issues.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. I feel bad being the last speaker in the room on this because I think I'm the least mad here, but I want to second and echo everything that has been said by the previous speakers because I think their points are valid. I want to kind of go on the note of what Jen Tanaka was saying about what the purpose of these committees are. And it reminds me of an interaction I had with County Supervisor Foley the other day where I'm an appointed member to an advisory board at OCTA, and Katrina said to me, "Oh, Mark, how are you? And how's the OCTA thing going? Our staff doesn't tell us what the hell you guys do on that." And I was like, what's the point of me being on this OCTA board? What's the point of us bringing comments, bringing suggestions, contributing to that board if our elected leaders, who we're supposed to be quote unquote advising, we're not a policy-making board, right, aren't getting that information, right? So I think one of my first questions, and I haven't actually heard explicitly, is like, are you guys getting anything from these committees? Like, is active transportation making 10 recommendations that are being listed and getting emailed out to you guys and to advise? I don't think so. And if not, I mean, I think that goes to the root of the problem here. Like, what is the actual purpose of these committees? What's the point of them? You know what I mean? Like, I find the discussions in active transportation really valuable when I'm able to chime in, which haven't been able to do anymore because they're not on Zoom, but what's the purpose? Anyways, so that's the kind of high level topic. I'll go really briefly into some specifics. I think there is some merit in this proposal, although I mostly don't agree with it. I think too many members on a committee can be unwieldy, and it reduces actual productive discussion. My suggestion is 1 member appointed per council member, and then 1 single liaison being able to appoint 2 members. That's my suggestion. I actually kind of agree with the time limit. I think it actually produces productive discussion, right? Without having a time limit. I think sometimes that gets reduced. I don't think every 2 months reflects the needs of every committee. I think that actually might be a liaison decision. Like what the liaison may know what the regularity of meeting may need to be for the committee. Staff time, everything that was just said needs to be said. And with this, does all staff need to be at every meeting? I don't know. Really quick, community input. Oh, I should have emphasized this, but community input takes time. And it takes staff time, and it takes resources. And if this is something you're committed to, hear the community on it. And that's what's important there. Last thing, and it feels a little tertiary, but I do miss the video meetings. I do miss the accessibility of them. And so I also would just consider the city to support SB 537 or AB 817. I'll repeat those or email them later time, which are going to amend the Brown Act to potentially allow for more video meetings at a local level. Thank you.
Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Barnes, please.
Mr. Barnes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Ancillary benefits of the city committees include government transparency, amplification of reasoning and purpose behind city council actions, and establishing trust between the citizens, our city staff, and our city council. The staff report characterizes a city staff burdened by preparing for and attending committee meetings, as well as the extra communications initiated by committee and commission members outside these meetings. I have several critiques of the agenda report, but ultimately it is deficient in two key areas: purpose and analysis, as witnessed by tonight's meandering discussions with plenty of opinion, but bereft of supporting facts. I'm taken aback by the most extreme interpretation of the Brown Act to justify these recommendations, and I request further rational discussion on this issue. Similarly, characterization of subcommittees resembles nothing I have experienced. Our subcommittees follow all the rules we've been given. Any other characterization is incorrect. I listened tonight to speculation become fact. Now, a few comments on the issue. My experience is that the city staff have been gracious, accommodating, and professional in every communication I've had with them, both in formal meetings as well as in email and direct conversations outside of our meetings. If they are burdened by these communications, never have they let that creep into our exchanges. I thank them. Ad hoc and other subcommittees meet without staff. Thus, there is no additional burden to staff. And these efforts are entirely voluntary on behalf of the participating citizens. Eliminating or restricting these meetings is ill-advised and has no effect on how well we comply with the Brown Act, as they, by definition, cannot be attended by a quorum of a body. I note that there's no real analysis in this report, and most of the recommendations in this report decrease public involvement and government transparency. Rather than decrease the number of participants, the frequency of meetings, and the number of subcommittees, I suggest we consider a couple of other options. A, decrease the number of city staff that attend each committee meeting. We have 3 staff members attending the active transportation meetings. I also support additional funding for additional staff to help our existing staff develop a better work-life balance. I'm sure that will resonate with some of you. These additional staff could shoulder the efforts of effective communication with the public and maintaining or improving the current level of transparency. They can also help clear up a backlog of green-lighted projects. My time is short, so I apologize if my tongue has been sharp. 2 vignettes in my remaining time. I was able to clear misunderstanding that was perpetuated on social media by a city council candidate during the last cycle. With the knowledge I gained through the Active Transportation Committee, I met with the candidate to explain why the city had taken certain actions. That candidate was appreciative of the new knowledge and corrected their social media postings to reflect the new knowledge. Rather than divide, this knowledge healed a potential division. Secondly, staff has limitations, and in my experience, provide essential information only when they are specifically asked to talk about an issue.
Sir, your time's up. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment. My thing up there is to make a motion is from the last one, but I can make a motion on this one. I want to make that motion, and then you can decide whether you want to second it, okay? I move that we continue the item to the second meeting of May, and that we direct ourselves at each liaison of each committee to come up with a clear and concise scope and purpose of the committee for which they're a liaison. And also to provide any other recommendations that are, some of which will be consistent with the recommendations in the staff report, which, and some of them I think, by the way, personally make a lot of sense, and some of which may be slightly inconsistent, but they will be particular to that committee. And to bring that back, to get that to the city clerk and for staff to be able to look at it by no later than the date of the first meeting of May. Okay, so that would be our work that we do. So by May 2nd, we will prepare the council liaison's homework would be prepare a concise statement of the purpose and scope of the meeting of their committees and any other recommendations, either consistent or to consider in doing that the impact on staff and the value of the committee and how frequently all the issues that we're talking about here, how frequently they should meet, how many members there should be, and so forth. And if I get a second, I got a second by Gameros. Here's my basis for this is I value these committees very much. I really do. I've been on a committee or a liaison for a committee since 2013. The committees, quite honestly, in my experience, they have kind of ebbs and flows. Sometimes they're very prolific and they're very important. Other times they're of less importance. Some of the high water marks on the committees that I've been involved in is when I was on the Pension Oversight Committee, we were the ones that recommended to the City Council that we pay our pensions in advance. And as a result of that, that was not accepted it was accepted in part by the City Council at the time. Now it's entirely accepted. And as a result of that recommendation, we save about $1 million a year annually. That came from the Pension Oversight Committee. The FIPAC Pension Oversight Committee, as Ms. Lease, former council member Lease said, came up with the idea of the 115 trust. That is an idea that came out of that committee. It was a recommendation. It was eventually adopted. And now we have that as one of our restricted fund balances. So those are two, I think, major accomplishments. On an annual basis, the FIPAC committee looks at the investment policies and the investment returns. And I think that that's good just to have that. I don't want to use the word oversight, but just to have that transparency with and have the public know that there are residents that are looking at those things. Same with the budget. The last few years, the budget's been really clean and very well done. That hasn't always been the case. There have been times where we needed to bridge gaps and tough years, and it was helpful to get those recommendations from the FIPAC on the council. This is when I was on the council. Animal Services Committee. We had a really dark time with our animal service, extremely dark, when we were back with Dr. Botros. We moved away from him as a vendor. The Animal Services Committee made a recommendation. The Animal Services Committee at every meeting reviews our live results. So why are we doing euthanasia? Why are we doing it? We get answers to that. That's extremely valuable to be able to say that we can do that. Also, there was a period of time when we were considering moving away from our current model. And the Animal Services Committee made a recommendation on that to stick with the model. We have an RFP that's going to go out for animal services, and the Animal Services Committee presumably will evaluate that RFP and help us choose a vendor based on the RFP. Those are the valuable things. As for the Active Transportation Committee, I find as a council member, it's very valuable to know that when we're doing a major project that affects, bike lanes and has active transportation aspects, that the design has been reviewed by the Active Transportation Committee, because quite honestly, they know a lot more about these things than I do. They ride their bikes more than I do, they walk more than I do, and they have a genuine interest in the topic. So I derive a lot of value in that when I'm making decisions, when we say it has gone through the Active Transportation Committee. Same thing with Fairview Park, if something compares to the Fairview Park. So I see a tremendous amount of value in these committees. I also see that there's a tremendous risk, and the risk is what we've talked about, which is the time suck for the staff, because there's a finite amount of staff that staff time, and that time should be devoted in a way to achieve our goals. They should be the work of the committee should be in alignment, and there not always is. So we need to get it back in alignment. We need to be respectful of the staff time, and we need to honor the good work that the committees have done. But in all of my questions, the answer that was the most, I think, revelatory to me was that since Ms. Green has been the city clerk, the city council has never looked at the scope and the purpose of these committees. And it's time that we do it. And then we do have this feedback we do have these recommendations, which I take very seriously. And I'm not going to receive and file this. I take it very seriously, these recommendations. I know it's a serious issue, and the amount of time spent to this by staff on these committees needs to be evaluated, and a decision needs to be made, and some direction needs to be made by council. And then when we're going out, if this long-winded motion is approved, when we're going out, we'll use whatever resources we have. We'll talk to our committee members, whatever. I trust this council to do a good job. That's my motion. Second, do you have anything to say?
I do. Thank you. So, we get these on Thursday, and on its face, it kind of looked like it's very busy, and what are all these subcommittees for and ad hoc committees? And, up until tonight, I was kind of thinking, yeah, we need to chop this up. We need to streamline this thing. But then I kind of started thinking, well, streamlining is turning into dissolve. And I don't know if that's the intent, that we want to dissolve all of this into, a 1-2 punch. I don't want to see that happen. There's a lot of moving parts. I can see this. I can see that the intent of the constituents is in the right place. Some things that I absolutely, definitely agree with, just to use some of the language that's in here, committee members to participate in only one commission at a time, or committee at a time. I agree with that. I don't think that you should be able to hold 6 seats or 4 seats or bounce around it. There's a Brown Act violation waiting to happen. There's no way. There's just no way you can separate all that. I did take into account some of what the speakers said. I don't know that I agree with all of it. I wouldn't say that I have no idea what's going on. I have a pretty good idea what's going on. I do appreciate communications that come my way. I do listen. What I would like to see is us spend a little more time than just looking at this from Thursday and making a decision that's going to be long-winded and have a detrimental change. I also don't want to see staff overwhelmed and burdened by all of these ad hocs and subcommittees. It's not fair to them either. So I think that we should take a look at this, figure out what the right direction moving forward is, and be prepared on both sides to make concessions and try and negotiate our way through this, because I can just say this. If everybody gets everything they want on both sides, we're not doing our job. That's never going to happen. If one side leaves happy and the other side is pissed off, we're not doing our job. So we need to learn how to negotiate through this, figure out where the concessions need to be made, and then vote on it. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Harper.
Sorry, what did you say? I think it said governor. I think it said governor.
Councilmember Harper? No, I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that to you, Don.
Congratulations. I thought I would be governor. I generally agree with the direction you want to take this. I want to politely suggest that a slightly different process so it doesn't turn into well, I was going to say a word, a show. So I'm going to suggest that you alter your motion. Expect it's the same thing, but instead of 7 council members going off in different directions to multiple committees and coming back with multiple ideas and multiple process, I would suggest that we pick one council member to address, or 2 council members that are on a committee, and work with that committee to come up with the purpose, the meetings, the estimated staff time, the staff to attend, protocol to receive direction, and protocol for communication back to template, back to the council, and any other things you can think of, and really design a template for how subcommittees are supposed to act and react, and how council's supposed to interface. Because I heard everything you said, and I think there were some really great comments, and there's really something here that's broken. Both maybe it's staff's fault, it's definitely council's fault, and you're all trying to do a great job, and I appreciate it. Disagree with most of you on policy, but that's me. But I think if we work with one group, it'll reduce the staff time in doing that. We come back, council can look at how that's laid out and say, yeah, let's alter the template, or this is the template we should follow, and then we can go out and address the other committees. That's my suggestion.
Well, ironically, it sounds like you're proposing an ad hoc committee.
I didn't.
So
I didn't join because I've never been invited.
I know you wouldn't use that word. No, here's why.
Never been invited to an ad hoc committee. So I'm totally objective. Really, it's how many people? Are there 3 of us on the finance committee? Is it Councilmember Marr, you, and me on the FIPAC committee?
Right.
What does that mean? That's not a Brown Act violation, is it?
No, it's not.
It's 3. So if I use that as an example, and heck, I'll do it with the finance committee if you want me to, or you can pick yourself, or you can pick.
Well, I think
Councilmember.
between the council members, we can figure out how to do it, and who does what.
I just don't want to come back with six different suggestions.
I just don't want to be. The reason I don't want to do it, I don't want to be in a position where we say, okay, this work's going to be done by, Mayor Pro Tem Harper and Councilmember Gameros and Councilmember Marr, and then they're giving suggestions. How are they going to give suggestions without talking to about active transportation, without talking to Councilmember Reynolds, and then there's a Brown Act violation.
I don't think you. I don't think you understood me.
Okay, what?
I don't think you understood me. If I'll use myself. If I go to the FIPAC committee, work with them, come up with what that should look like, and what the rules are, what the template for committees are.
Oh, yeah, so you're saying specify each council member?
No.
Oh, okay.
The only direction from council today is to pick one committee, one council member, and lay out the template, as to how things should work. And that comes back, the entire council looks at it and says, make this change, or we love it, let's go do it for every committee, and then we go. As opposed to what you suggested was every council member going to multiple different committees, or each one wherever they belong.
No, I'm saying the liaisons.
Liaisons, thanks.
Right.
But you might come back with 5 different.
So you're saying that if there's 3 liaisons, which one does the work?
The only thing the only thing I'm saying is, let's isolate it to one committee. If it's those 3 liaison, that's fine, or if you just want to pick one liaison for that committee, and let's define it and lay it out there.
I understand. I think I understand. So in other words, we have 8 committees, and each council member will get assigned to a particular committee. That's what you.
No, no. I'm sorry. I'm not being clear.
No, I don't want to do that then. Okay, that's easy. No. Do you have any other comments? No. Do you have any? Mayor Pro Tem Harlan?
I do. Although I don't know how to follow up after that. I'll be supporting the mayor's motion, which I think is actually a very prudent first step in moving this forward. And I think it's pretty well established that it's been a long time since we've actually looked at this again, and it's due. I think we've had some changed circumstances. The Bikeability and Walkability Committee initially didn't have an active transportation plan or a pedestrian master plan. And I think if there is a plan in place now, it probably should be that committee's responsibility to advise the council on how to implement it. That's just a suggestion. I'm just having a hard time getting past the fundamental question, which is why, what's the scope of work for each of these committees? And I think we need the time to do that. I'm not going to reiterate everything that the mayor said about the value of the committees to the council, because I share all of those. I do want to highlight one thing, though, that as someone who did serve on committee and commissions, and I think several of us up on the dais have done that, there's actually great value to our community, to the people who participate, whether it's personal or professional. I know of at least one member of the Active Transportation Committee who approached me not too long ago and said how much they appreciated being on the committee because they found, she found her people, and that really has been a huge value to her. And we have as our core values collaboration, inclusion. I think that supports that. So I will be supporting the motion. I think that this has been a good discussion. I want to end by saying I hope everybody feels that their work that the committee members do is in fact valuable. I know it can be very frustrating. I know it can be very time consuming. We all want to recognize and appreciate that. I especially do. And I again appreciate people who are coming up tonight and making their comments and not shying away from a difficult discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, did you have anything?
I'll go next. I'm so
Oh, you want to go, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the motion. It was almost verbatim what I would have moved. I think it's a good first move. One of the sort of phrases I feel like has come up a lot in my work life and then is here is this saying, we're too busy herding sheep to build a fence, right? And I think this sort of step is, okay, we need to pause and build a fence. I think there's wide acknowledgement that there's some scope creep, right? It came up here, the fact that we haven't taken the step to make sure that there's alignment with the directive of the committees, with the goals of this council. I think that's a really important exercise to do. Ooh, I lost my notes. I did want to say I wholly agree, and I think I heard consensus on this, that our committees are intended to be advisory committees and not oversight committees. I absolutely support the sentiment that I've heard here that the committees provide a really important value. Our staff bring the subject matter expertise in terms of sort of the professional work. Our community members bring the sort of lived experience of what's happening in our city, and using active transportation as an example, those discussions have been very, very fruitful in supporting projects and initiatives that, in developing recommendations and supporting projects and initiatives that I think are very beneficial to our community. Also, that resident engagement I think is a really important marker of a healthy community. Probably somewhere between 1 and 3 years ago now, we got a report on sort of the social indicators of health, and one of the sort of markers of a healthy community is an engaged public, and the committees are a mechanism for that, an opportunity for people to understand how their local government works, to get involved in their local government, to sort of elevate in their leadership levels, and that's, I think, a really important tool that we need to continue to support. We also fully support the need to rein in that work. And I think as we move forward with the motion, I hope a big part of that focus is to make sure that we've got very, very clear scopes. I think that will benefit both staff and the committee members who want to know that the work that they're doing is aligned with the council direction and is going to be fruitful and supported by that. I just want to say for the record that what I expect to come out of this exercise is a reduced workload on staff. I think that's still, the motion is to sort of defer some of those recommendations today, but I think that's still sort of the end goal is look at that alignment, look at the scope, narrow the scope to make sure that we're appropriately balancing that committee input and engagement with how we want to allocate staff time to support council's goals and priorities. So I appreciate the motion. I think it's the right next step, and 11 years overdue. So thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for alerting us. I think we've, over the last year, tried to make some ad hoc adjustments with the committees to address this issue, and I really appreciate staff elevating it to this, for council to build that fence and really kind of rein in some of the issues raised here. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone that spoke today and shared their perspectives. I know we're beginning the process of a pretty well-needed but still difficult conversation. I will be voting no for the principle that I don't like the trend we're setting, and that it's now the second meeting in a row in which we're pushing something off to another meeting. I think that's just bad precedent for the council. And I think in retrospect, this discussion should not have been proposed changes, but should have been a conversation about the scope and role of committees. So with my no vote already being said out loud, I want to discuss a bit of things I want to see when we come back from this item in a month's time. First thing, I think we have a natural system to create little pods for council to review each committee. It's the liaisons. The liaisons are the ones that are supposed to be attending those meetings. I think it's highly appropriate for the council liaisons to meet as a group and with that committee to discuss the scope of work for that committee. One thing that was said that really stuck to me was this quote: a lack of council awareness on what committees do. That to me demonstrates the gap in what the committee thinks their role is and what council needs. Because what I think the discussion is really about is staff resources. And what it seems to me is happening is the committees are doing the work that a council set 10 years ago and was never adjusted to the current council majority. I see some shaking heads. I'm just agree with you. I firmly think that my priorities do not perfectly align with the current committees we have. I actually want to see us relook at each committee individually, figure out what their goal is currently, if they even still need to meet, because, and I'll use ATC as an example. ATC was created to create some plans. But guess what? We now have a staff member that does that implements those plans. So we need to adjust that scope of work. So that's my general feeling on this item. I understand there'll be conversations and discussions, and we're all going to have to find common ground on this, and that's a great part of the process. But a few things I wanted to say out loud for my council to consider as they look in their own little committees. The first point for me is, I think the role of alternates isn't defined, and they don't even get a chance to vote. I think they should be removed outright. There's no reason to have someone be part of a committee and they can't even participate in the committee. I think it's just rude to that person and incredibly messed up. Second, and same thing with council. We don't have ad hocs anymore because we realize how ineffective they are in terms of everyone being aware of things. I think every committee that meets should have at max one, and it should be 6 months or less. If it's not fitting in that scope, it's not an ad hoc, it's something else entirely. That's my personal opinion. I also want to see us have each council member appoint a person in each committee. I think it's really sad that some districts don't have a say in certain situations. I don't understand why it's only the liaisons they appoint, because maybe there's a need for something specific in ATC that one member of council who's in a liaison can't participate in. I think that's a better service for the residents as well, because then their district needs can be met. And finally, and I'm really firm on this one, and I really want to budge on this one and come back to it, is I think if we're going to be reducing the scope of people on a committee, we should really look at only one person. One person should only have to be in one committee. I understand that some people have a lot of expertises that can be valuable in multiple committees, but to be in line with the Brown Act, we should really be in one body. I know we have current commissioners that serve in other elected boards and in other committees, and that makes me really uncomfortable, just because of the potential liability of representing two different bodies and two different committees. So those are my recommendations for the reviews. I do appreciate that we're going to come back with this and discuss it, but for me personally, I don't like the idea of us bucking things till next month, because I think that adds more to staff workload. So for that, I'll be voting no, but overall, I agree with the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Anything? All right.
Mayor, may I just
course,
ask
yeah.
a quick question? Thank you for this deliberation this evening. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all of the members of the committees and the public that made some comments. We're in the process right now of putting together the budget recommendations, and I know you were talking about a May timeframe. Just to ensure that staff's available, we can work with you as you need to look at the scopes and all those things, and we can share information. We'll get all of that in terms of how much time we're spending, et cetera. Can we push it out just a little bit further? Because I want to make sure that we can get this budget done for you. And so I know we have next week the CIP study session, which we're wrapping up. And then the CIP will go to the PACS Commission for sure. And then we're going to bring the larger budget to you, and we're still finalizing that. And so I just want to make sure that if we really want this to be a good, healthy, exhaustive, I don't want to say robust, because that's a bad word, robust
We know you want to
process,
say it.
robusto. And so I just got back from Italy. Then I want to make sure that we're not rushed in that conversation, that we're available to you the way that we need to be. And so if we could push that out a little bit, that would be fantastic, because we have to get the budget to you as well.
So we're basically looking at the second meeting of July then?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine with me. July 18th.
Okay.
Second? Okay, second? Okay, good. It's July 18th.
Mayor, can I ask
Yes.
a clarifying question? So current committee members' appointments expire in April. I just want to make sure I understand the sequence. Is it correct that they would just continue through until reappointment?
That's correct.
Or are we going to have a
Yes.
gap?
So if there is
So everything
a
shifts
term
back.
scheduled to expire, they would continue to serve until replaced unless they resigned.
Okay, and we have collected a bunch of applications for new appointments. Those would just carry, and we assume?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay, that's part of the motion.
Thank you.
Second? That's good? Okay, let's call for the question.
The mayor, you can.
Did I not vote?
Can you get it? Yeah, there you go. Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Chavez voting no and Councilmember Harper is absent.
Okay, so let's go to number 3. New business item number 3, please read the title.
Hold on just a minute, let me see. Many vote, Harper is abstained. All right. Thank you. Item number 3 is the license agreement with the Costa Mesa Newport Harbor Lions Club. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I promise this will be short, but I would like to introduce Senior Recreation Supervisor Kevin Stoddard to do our presentation on this item.
Mr. Stoddard, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you tonight is a new license agreement with the Costa Mesa Newport Harbor Lions Club to utilize Lions Park for the fish fry. The original license agreement was brought to City Council in 2019 in anticipation of the fish fry returning to Lions Park. The fish fry made its actual return in 2022. Under the original agreement, the city provided staff to oversee the property, provided staff to assist with the production of the event, assisted with marketing and promotional support, waived the $425 special event permit fee, provided police staffing support with all special event fees waived, contributed $5,000 in sponsorship funds, and waived fees for a golf tournament at the Costa Mesa Country Club. Modifications to the agreement specify that the Luke Davis outfield and the Downtown Recreation Center's south lawn is the designated event locations. The date of the event will permanently move to the last full weekend in June to remove any conflict with the voting center and the Norma Herzog Community Center on election years, in addition to minimizing impact with athletic groups to utilize Luke Davis Field in June. Lastly, the agreement was modified to allow Lions Club to utilize the Senior Center's kitchen as a licensed food preparation facility in preparation for the fish fry. After the conclusion of the 2022 fish fry, staff sought feedback from the Lions on requests for the 2023 fish fry. The most prominent request was to allow the use of Luke Davis Field for the carnival. Staff from Public Works, Parks and Community Service Department, and Fire and Rescue met in October 2022 to establish the event area depicted in the exhibit of the agreement. The carnival portion of the event will move from the South Lawn area from the Rec Center into Luke Davis Field, and food and entertainment are relocated into the South Lawn from the event lawn. The last day for athletic field use in Luke Davis will be Tuesday, June 20th. The carnival is permitted to begin setting up by Wednesday, June 21st, and the event will run from June 23rd to the 26th, and immediately following, rest and renovation may begin. Staff recommended that City Council approve the license agreement between the Costa Mesa and Newport Lions Club to host the annual fish fry event at the Lions Park campus beginning in 2023, and authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the agreement and all future amendments to the agreement. And with that, do we need questions? Oh, tonight I would like to mention that the members of the Lions Club have stayed tonight to make presents.
Thank you for being here. Yeah, we know how you feel. Okay, any questions? Good presentation. So I just have one really quick question. What, on number 4, what happens to the fence? Is the fence, do we take down the fence, or do we?
The fence is going to remain there. There is, the arrows indicate that there is a walkway. I want to say it's maybe a 12, 15-foot walkway in between.
Oh, the outfield fence?
The outfield fence will remain. There is a set of double gates to allow people to pass between the South Lawn and Luke Davis Field.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Councilmember Marr, did you have any questions? No. Okay, good. Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Anybody in the chambers wishes to be heard on this?
I mean.
Yeah, oh yeah. All right, podium mic.
My name is Cabot Harvey, and I'm a somewhat new member of the Lions Club the last 3 years. The Costa Mesa Lions Club was established back in 1927 here in Costa Mesa. The fish fry started in 46 is when that was. So this would be our 76th fish fry here in the city of Costa Mesa. We look forward to working with you on this. I think last year was a very big success, and I think everybody had a really good time. And we did a profit. We profited, the community profited, of over $50,000 that went right back into the community. We're completely nonprofit. Everything that comes from these events goes right back into the community, and we were able to do a lot with the money that last year. This year with the field, we're thinking that we might double or triple that this year. So we'll be able to do even more in the community coming up this next year. So we've been working with the staff, and I think we have a really good game plan this year. A lot of logistic problems that we had last year, we are not going to have the same kind of logistics in this area because of the way that it's formatted. So I think that this is going to be a better structure. Even though I loved the outdoor, the field right next to the library, I thought that was a really nice atmosphere having that very open. I think that this will work even better though. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have one more question that occurred to me. We're using the senior center kitchen. So I was over at the senior center a couple weeks ago, and people were saying that some of the items in the kitchen needed repair. I couldn't tell, what are we going to do some repairs or maintenance to make sure that it's ready for the folks at the fish fry?
Any maintenance to the equipment, like malfunctioning equipment, the city is responsible for, but the reason why the kitchen actually is certified as a food preparation kitchen is because Meals on Wheels operates it.
Right.
And Meals on Wheels is responsible for all the routine cleaning and maintenance of actually using the facility. So in any other facility coming in, they should be required to clean it prior to use.
Okay, that's what, so you think that the kitchen now doesn't require any extraordinary maintenance or repair to be prepared for the Lions Club?
None that I am currently aware of, no.
All right, excellent. Any other questions? Okay, anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. We got a motion. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marr. Do you have anything you want to say in support?
Yes. I think this is one of the most special events in Costa Mesa, and I'm so excited that it's continuing. I'm so excited that it's back at Lions Park last year, and I'm so excited that you're excited, because a year ago, I remember this conversation, there was some hiccup, and everyone was sort of a deer in headlights. We didn't know if the event would happen. It was such a success last year. I grew up with the fish fry at Lions Park. I won my first raffle at the fish fry at Lions Park. As I walked up to the event last year, I started crying because it felt so just at home, right? It was so special to see the event still alive in its original location and just so full of people enjoying themselves. I reconnected with high school friends that I hadn't seen in a long time because they were excited to be at the fish fry. So thank you to the Lions Club, all of the volunteers who make this event happen, who've made it happen for 76 years now. Couldn't help but notice that you're coming up on 100-year anniversary pretty soon. But thank you. I love that the fish fry is such a community-based event, and you engage a lot of other community organizations. It really makes it feel like Costa Mesa and welcoming for everybody. And then thank you, staff, for working on this agreement. I know last year was a big change coming off of COVID. Thank you for working closely with the Lions Club to come up with this agreement, try out some different solutions. So really appreciate the work.
Councilmember, you want to talk about your second?
I'll just thank you for everything that you do for the community. It's been pretty amazing the entire time I've lived here. I've seen the work that the Lions clubs have done, and it's pretty incredible. It's also my husband's favorite event of the year, and like the one city event I can be sure to drag him to, and so it's on my calendar now. So thank you, and thanks for staying so late too.
Yeah, I agree. It's good to get back to Lions Park. It's good to get back to the footprint. That's the way it was when I first came here and brought my kids there, and so it's nice. And thank you for what you do. Okay, call for the question.
The mayor. There you go. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. That's all the business we have that we're gonna, anybody else have any comments, parting shots, anybody? So we're gonna adjourn in honor, memory, and appreciation of Henry Segerstrom. And we're 1 hour and 5 minutes shy of the anniversary of his birth, 100-year anniversary of his birth. So on that day, we honor him. Thank you.